to order, and members will indicate their presence on the voting board.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before we get started, I wanted to announce SB 1469 from Senator Spruill will go by for the day unless there's an objection. Okay, so SB 1469 is by for the day. Senator Deeds is here and has another committee to chair, so we're going to take up his bills first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bills I've got today are requests from the Albemarle County Board of Supervisors. The first one is 1308, Senate Bill 1308. That will reduce the minimum acreage of an eligible site from 100 contiguous acres to at least 50 contiguous acres for site development grants from the Virginia Business Ready Sites Program Fund. Transformative industrial and commercial economic development opportunities have a range of size needs in this knowledge-based economy. For example, HQ2 from Amazon will host 25,000 employees on just 12 acres. In urban and suburban communities across the Commonwealth, 100 or more contiguous acres is rarely available or would require site assemblage that cannot occur at the speed with which businesses want to move. Reducing the minimum acreage of an eligible site to at least 50 contiguous acres enables economic development opportunities that can meet today's business needs. I think I've got a witness on Zoom, but that's what the bill's about.
Okay, thank you, Senator Deeds. Can we check if there's a witness waiting in Zoom to speak if they would like to add more to the senator's presentation?
There is one speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's bring them forward if they have anything that they would like to say.
JT Newberry, please unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is JT Newberry, and I'm here representing Albemarle County. That's the county that surrounds the city of Charlottesville. I'm the Principal Business Development Manager for our Economic Development Office, and I'm here to speak in support of the bill. We've applied for this grant in each of the past 2 years, and it's a tremendous program that's making a big difference at the local level. Our local economic development strategy aligns with the state and with the priorities of this program. But the minimum threshold of 100 contiguous developable acres really prevents us from working with a variety of property owners to put forward the best applications possible. In Albemarle County, the current threshold limits us to apply for this program on just one site. And we have information that we could share with the committee that would speak to the how many more opportunities this bill would allow us to pursue. At the end of the day, it would allow us to meaningfully engage with a variety of property owners to put the best application forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there witnesses in the room who would like to rise in support of Senator Deeds' bill? Anyone in the room object to this bill? Okay. We've got a motion to report and a second. So SB 1308, indicate your preference on the electronic voting board. The motion will be to report and refer to finance. Second. Okay. All in favor will vote aye.
Ayes 12, no 0.
Okay, next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1309, Senate Bill 1309, which is also a request from the Albemarle County Board of Supervisors. It would amend the Freedom of Information Act to allow all public bodies to hold meetings virtually. In 2022, we passed a bill prohibiting certain local bodies from holding any all-virtual public meetings. Other local bodies cannot hold all virtual public meetings more than 2 times per calendar year, or 25% of the meetings held per calendar year, whichever is greater. And they can't hold consecutive all virtual meetings. These restrictions on all virtual meetings inhibit prospective applicants from seeking appointment to county boards, commissions, and committees. The proposed amendments would allow both service on local public bodies and broader participation in those meetings. All other existing requirements would remain unchanged, ensuring the continuation of open and transparent, all virtual public meetings. David Blunt with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District is here to speak to the bill.
Okay, Mr. Blunt, do you want to come forward?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. David Blunt with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District on behalf of Albemarle County. And just echo what the senator said, this is just to allow local governing bodies, local school boards, planning commissions, boards of architectural review that very late in the process last year were excluded from being able to hold all virtual meetings. I can tell you from the local governments in our region around Charlottesville and Albemarle County that when they were holding electronic meetings during the pandemic, that they saw an increase in participation by members of the public. And they believe that they really had meetings that were more accessible, more equitable, and were transparent meetings. And participation, was more than it had been with in-person meetings. So the bottom line request, again, those local governments, school boards, those bodies, just asking that they be given the authority to determine whether or not they hold all virtual electronic meetings. You put the guardrails in place, as the senator noted last year, to ensure public notice is required, to ensure that there's transparency, opportunity for public comment, that the electronic connections are maintained, and you have to comply with those. So those are not changed. And again, we would just ask that you give those local entities at the local level the opportunity in their communities to make decisions about whether to hold in-person or all virtual meetings, as this bill is asking for.
Thank you. Are there members of the committee with questions for Senator Deeds or for Mr. Blunt? Okay. Are there other members of the public who'd like to testify in support of this bill in the room today? Please join us. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Phyllis Arico with the Association of Counties, and we appreciate this bill and we support the flexibility for locals. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there others in the room here today who'd like to speak against this legislation? Okay. Are there any waiting in Zoom to speak on this bill?
Those in Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. Mr. Speaker, we have one bill. Megan Ryan, please unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Welcome, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Megan Ryan on behalf of the Virginia Coalition for Open Government, also on behalf of the Virginia Press Association today. We had schedule conflicts. This body just last week passed a bill from Delegate Marsden that lowered the threshold for how often these all virtual meetings can be held, from 25% of the meetings to 50% of the meetings. That bill was within the context of advisory boards and regional bodies. This bill also lowers the threshold, and it extends to local governing bodies like school boards and boards of supervisors. Now, to be fair, when we worked on this bill last year very closely with VML, VACO, other local government folks, the Press Association, that was the trade-off. We said, okay, local governments, you can do this, but we've got to do it within this limited number of times. It was the Senate that then dialed it back and said, well, we only want advisory bodies to do this. We don't want local governments to do this. So to be fair, again, we wouldn't have opposed the extension to local governments because we agreed to that last year. But the trade-off was local governments can do it, but only a limited number of times. If these two bills go forward, we have now said it's local governments can do it, and they can do it as often as they want to, essentially. So we are really disappointed that this agreement that we had last year has kind of been chucked out the window by the people who participated in that. And we would urge you not to pass this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Just to be clear, I'm no Indian giver. I wasn't part of any deal.
No.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Stewart.
Mr. Chairman, as much respect as I have for the patron, this is a horrible bill. And
Don't hold back.
I say that annually because we keep seeing these now. But, you know, the first thing that strikes me is, even with planning commissions and boards and the land use aspect of this, we're now going to let them do that virtually. And that probably has the biggest and most dramatic impact on people's lives and the neighbors. And we've talked about public notice this year and how important it is so people can know what's going on in their government. But now we're going to do it all virtual. And some of these folks don't even have the ability to participate virtually because they don't have broadband yet. And so I think this is a really bad idea. I'm going to move to PBI. Sorry, Cree.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to PBI the bill. We'll vote on the electronic voting board.
Thank you very much.
What's the vote?
Ayes 8, no 6.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Okay, we're now going to move on to committee report from the Gaming Subcommittee and Senator McPike. Do you want to start, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Gaming Subcommittee met, had considerable testimony over a decent amount of time, I'd say, between the bills before the committee. And first up, we had Senate Bill 780 from Senator Morrissey on eligibility for referendum of casino and gaming. The subcommittee recommended reporting on a vote of 7-2. I think there's considerable discussion around a number of different parameters, and appreciate, I think, both sides. There are fairly robust discussion both for and against the proposal. We had roughly a half hour each and in a very packed room, Mr. Chairman, through the discussions. I think there are still some relative questions in terms of some of the community benefit and also around the prevailing wage in terms of community benefit, Mr. Chairman. And I know there were some other elements that some of the committee members also had thoughts on as well. You may want to offer just a moment, since it was such a, I think, long and contentious debate, for any follow-up questions from the full committee that might be open, since it is an important discussion. The basic essence of it and the posture right now is Petersburg would get an opportunity for a referendum. If that option is chosen, then also Richmond is also therefore closed out by default if the referendum is successful. And so those are the essence of the bill, Mr. Chairman. There's certainly the interim JLARC report in terms of economic impacts to some existing licensed casinos, the region within the Petersburg-Richmond region, and the and/or between the two of them.
Before we take motions, I just want to be sure that everyone has any questions answered who are not on the subcommittee for that debate. Are there members of the panel with questions for Senator Morrissey or the proponents of this bill, SB 780? Okay. I guess people are ready to vote then. I'm sorry, Senator Barker.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a substitute that we could, I would move the substitute that's been proposed. So. Okay,
there's a substitute that's been moved, and is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is that okay with the patron?
What substitute?
I haven't spoken to the patron about it. It was moved by a member of this committee, so it's in order, and we'll discuss it if it comes forward now. Senator Barker, did you want to just mention what the essence of the substitute is?
I'm not totally familiar with everything there, and I don't know exactly who may have prepared the substitute, but if there's staff that can handle that question, that would be good. So,
can council illuminate the substitute?
I've worked on this bill for 2 years. Nobody approached me about any substitute. I've heard it for the first time.
Well, we're going to find out together.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The substitute adds and it should be available on LIS now. The substitute adds a definition of prevailing wage rate in the definition section 58.1-4100. It also adds in 58.1-4107 it should be available online, but it's line 69 of the substitute. So if you're looking online, it's line 69 through 73 of the substitute is the new definition. In subsection B of 58.1-4107, it adds a new subdivision B10 on line 143 that states that the proposer's commitment to paying its employees no less than the prevailing wage rate has to be a consideration that the eligible host city gives substantial weight to when picking a casino gaming operator. In 58.1-4110, which is added to the substitute, it adds a subdivision B9, which states that the board, the Virginia Lottery Board, may issue an operator's license to an applicant only if it finds that the applicant pays its employees no less than the prevailing wage rate. And then lastly, it adds an enactment clause at the end of the bill, starting on line 301, that states that the provisions of subdivision B10 of 58.1-4107 shall only apply to the selection of a preferred casino gaming operator by an eligible host city that occurs on or after the effective date of this act.
Okay. Is that clear to members of the committee, or do we need to, were there questions?
Mr. Chair, can I ask who proposed that substitute?
It's from, Senator Barker has moved this substitute.
No, I asked who, the author of this substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I had reached out to DLS staff and on some of the community benefit concerns as a follow-up to the subcommittee, Mr. Chairman, and asked whether it'd be a simple line minute. It turned out it was a substitute, Mr. Chairman. And so that is the result of the substitute before us. It is essentially the Prevailing Wage Act. There was some discussion in the subcommittee in ensuring that there's a level of community benefit associated with a limited licensed public good, such as a gaming license.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves.
Can I ask that we have this bill temporarily go by so, one, the patron can read the substitute and that the people that he's representing can have a little bit of time to.
Okay. So let's have this go by temporarily while we do the remainder of the gaming committee report, if that'll be preferred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up was Senate Bill 1518 from Senator Barker. At the time of the hearing, the committee had no recommendation. It did have substantial expansion and changes to Texas Hold'em, and I believe the patron has a substitute prepared to offer, Mr. Chairman, for the full committee's consideration. And I appreciate Senator Reeves and Bell and others to take a look and work with the patron since the last subcommittee report.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If the patron would yield, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Senator Bell.
Let me ask clerk, are these, I presented these before we started, and I know the clerk didn't have much time to work on these. Are those amendments, or would they be a substitute? Okay, they haven't had time, in fairness. They just got these. If it would be all right, Mr. Chair, I'd go ahead and I'll just explain them very easily.
Senator Bell.
All right. I don't know if you have the bill on line 188 in the bill. It was proposed at 10 tables in the committee. I expressed concerns with that. 10 tables, 10 players each. Was going to be a pretty large operations. So this strikes 10 and inserts 4, so no more than 4 tables. Going down to line 262. I'm doing that myself. Apologize for the pause here. This says that After poker tournaments inserting at the same location where such charity was licensed and conducted bingo for at least 1 year between July 1, 2019 and December 31st, 2022. What we're trying to do is make sure that this is not, we're not encouraging a new pop-up of an industry, but basically helping charities who've already been in operation, who frankly may be struggling and have seen reduced revenues. Line 287, we are, after and strike armed, we discussed this, and there's a few issues with that. They need to have security. They wouldn't necessarily be armed, but security that could call local law enforcement if need be. We felt like that answered the problem there. And after line 295, and I'll read this paragraph, inserting a qualified organization that conducts Texas Hold'em poker tournaments in accordance with the provisions of this article shall certify that any individual acting as a dealer during such Texas Hold'em poker tournaments is I, 21 years of age or older, I, possesses the knowledge, skill, and competence required to properly shuffle and deal the cards, supervise the tournament, and ensure all players follow the rules of the game. There was some concern discussed which led to that people may not be qualified. How are they going to pick who is a dealer and what qualifications they have? And this addresses that. And then the another item going along with that, under item L added, a qualified organization that conducts Texas Hold'em poker tournaments in accordance with the provisions of this article shall appoint an individual be the game manager whose duties include answering gameplay questions and handle any appeals from players concerning gameplay, action of dealers or others operating the game, and post a sign in a conspicuous manner and place at the place where chips or entry fees are charged, which states there is a game manager on duty to answer questions on gameplay and handle any appeal from players concerning gameplay and action of dealers or others operating the game. And what we're looking for here is to make sure that we have basically a supervisor who's knowledgeable on hand and also have game rules posted in advance. So when somebody walks in, they decide to play, they see the rules, and if there's a dispute later, the rules have already been acknowledged by playing at the facility. The final two are pretty easy. After line 422, after then, strike 5 and insert 4. And on line 423, strike 12, on line 423 after or, and insert 8. So this, again, tries to reduce the scope of what we're talking about, add in provisions for who's going to be dealing, that they have some sort of acknowledged training from the facility that's offering it, and also make sure that it's on at the charity where this is happening, and again have some procedures in place in case there's disagreements or disputes that we can resolve that. So with that, I would move these amendments.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for the amendments described. I just want to be clear. That was to limit gameplay to about 24 hours a week, have a qualified organization certifying the qualifications of the dealers, saying that the security officer does not need to be armed. And I don't recall the first one. What was that first one, Senator Bell? Reducing the number of players and tables from 10 to 4?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Also, the other significant one was making sure that it's a charity that's licensed and conducted bingo, because the desire of this legislation, bingo revenues have been decreasing. It's been hurting charities. It's to try to give them some assistance in revenue. So we really want to aid those, not create a whole new pop-up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves.
Speaking to the amendment.
Real quick, just to clarify the motion, Mr. Chairman, if I might. Council's indicated that this will have to be in the form of a substitute in concept due to some other intricacies with it. So,
Okay. So the amendments would be as described and arrive at a substitute that we'd see before it gets to the floor. Senator Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, just speaking to the substitute, I want to thank Senator Bell for his work in getting this, and for the general public that's out there trying to understand what we're doing. This whole committee and several of us have been dealing with gaming for several years, trying to clean up bad players, and I think this helps with Texas Hold'em, the direction they go. My only warning, Mr. Chairman, would be that if it gets monkeyed with and it goes to the House, that this committee would take the appropriate action to make sure that our stance on where we are with gaming stands. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add to that.
Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I felt pretty strongly, and when we talked about this as a committee, that we didn't want to operate 100-person poker rooms. And frankly, there were a lot of the issues that I tried to deal with that weren't dealt with there, and that was, I believe, going in a direction that would be contrary to legislation and the research we've done over the last couple of years. So I echo the comments of Senator Reeves, and frankly, I know I will not support any changes if they come back from the House that go back to that. I would support this. I think this is a good position with adequate protections. I thank the people from the organizations for working with me on this, but frankly, this is where I'm willing to go in my comfort zone. I thank the patron for his willingness to work with me on this as well.
Okay. Is there further discussion among members of the committee? This was also heard in subcommittee. Okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed?
Move to report and refer to finance.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to report and refer to finance. You can indicate your preference on the voting board.
Ayes 11, noes 3.
Okay, that bill is reported and referred to finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, Senator.
Last up was Senate Bill 1527 from Senator Rouse. Initially, the subcommittee's recommendation was to PBI with letter. In the interim, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee have discussed a potential option of a very narrow carve-out to this section, Mr. Chairman, and would offer and turn it over to Senator Rouse to walk us through some of those provisions. And I believe it's going to be in the form of a substitute or amendment. Substitute. So I'd move the substitute.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute. All in favor of adopting the substitute will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Senator Rouse, do you want to describe that to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The substitute basically carves out, and there's still a lot more work to be done on this, but what it does is it significantly narrows the version of the 501c7 language that was struck out of last year's legislation. This bill looks to affect those that have been negatively impacted by Chapter 73A of the 1926 Supplement Virginia Code of 1924, Separation of Races, also known as Public Assemblages Act. The General Assembly required that racial segregation of all public events in Virginia. Mr. Chair, I would move that this substitute narrows it to the point where those who have been historically affected by such legislation, that they no longer be kept out of or held out of this type of legislation. So what it does also helps not open the floodgates, Mr. Chair. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator McPike.
Speaking to Senator Rouse's substitute, I think this is an important distinction. I think this committee and the subcommittee has been very cautious because of the proliferation over the years, but in looking through the code section in history, it's very clear that the Commonwealth actually, as Senator Rouse stated, prohibited congregation based on race.
Absolutely.
And so there were social organizations created because of that, and we're not allowed to organize in such fashion as other organizations. And I think this is an important step that we should allow narrow exemptions carved such as this, and organizations be able to participate. And Senator Reeves also took a good look at this as well with us.
Mr. Chairman, just speaking of the substitute and to Senator Rouse, and thank you for your patience, Senator. Senator McPike is exactly right. We came across that code section as well. I've spoken to Mr. Menifee from VDAC, who certainly says he can work with us. So as this bill goes to finance, and I know the senator's amenable to it, as we get it right when we go to finance, I would move the substitute.
Okay, there's a motion to report the substitute.
And re-refer to finance.
And re-refer to finance. And a second? Second. And a second. Unless there's further discussion, we can proceed to vote. Indicate your preference.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Was that your first bill, Senator Rouse?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
we're going to think of some questions, so get ready.
Then we have
Thank
enough
you.
questions.
Okay, now we've got some people waiting in the queue here to speak. I know Senator Peterson has courts. I don't know, Senator, were any other senators doing courts committee right now? Okay, why don't we take up Senator Peterson's bill? That's complete your report, Senator Pike, or except for the bill, we'll come back to the other bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your courtesy. This is Senate Bill 954, which is a change to the Code of Virginia Public Procurement Act. You probably haven't heard about this bill, but it has to do with limiting the use of what's called CM at risk, construction management at risk, which historically has been a method of procurement that has been used for unusual or complicated or unique projects. I think rehabilitation of the UVA Rotunda, restoring a historic property, something of that nature, and it's become more and more prevalent. I'm not going to get into the statistics. I know there's been a battle about what the statistics means, and, you know, like I said, there's lies and then there's damn statistics. Leave that aside. The bottom line is the bill that I have states a preference for competitive seal bidding, that should be the default mechanism, that when we do procurement in the Commonwealth, unless it's an unusual circumstance, the preference is for competitive seal bidding, because that allows all contractors to compete equally. Now, what this does is basically creates two exceptions to that, and we already have one at $25 million, but it would have projects under $5 million, which are small projects and frankly worth less, and then projects over $125 million, where again you're going to have a need perhaps for more of a specialty. I have a bunch of people here that are from the contracting and construction industry. I'll let them speak. I'll simply say I know there's a lot of opposition to this bill. Significant legislation always has opposition, and I respect the opposition. They're my friends. I will say that there's a difference between private business and public business. Public business, you're using state money, and private business, you can use your money as you want, by and large. I would just keep that in mind as folks testify. Thank you. And I'll defer.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Bentko. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I was going to ask we're going to set a time limit on the public comment, but I was going to ask, why don't you, we'll go ahead and take comment first. Let's do 5 minutes for proponents and then 5 minutes for opponents. Is everyone standing behind Mr. Benka here to speak for?
Yes.
Okay, so keep in mind, we're going to try and limit it to 5 minutes, so please keep your remarks brief, identify yourself, and try and add something new to the conversation rather than what's been already stated. But Matt, why don't you lead us off?
Mr. Chairman, Matt Bentko with the Virginia Contract Procurement Alliance. You've heard our story. The mid-sized general contractors in the state have been completely shut out of higher education in terms of procurement for construction, about $5 million. At the local level, this is becoming much more prevalent. So your mid-sized general contractors are not winning work at all where they used to be able to compete. So everybody behind me either owns a company or is a president of a company that has been shut out. The bill before you right now, we hope you will support just to move forward. Right now, the bill is in appropriations in the House. Chairman Knight, Delegate Sickles, and others are working on a compromise. We have met directly with every single college, face to face. We have talked to the locals. No one will negotiate with us. No one. No one has come with an amendment with us. No one has come up with a compromise. Nothing. So today we ask you to vote for this bill for the sole reason of sending a message to that side, the big contractors and the government officers, to compromise with us so we don't have to keep coming back here. So that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Tony Biller. I'm with Nielsen Builders. We're in Harrisonburg, Virginia. 80 people in our company, ESOP company, and we've done over 100 projects at a major university, James Madison. And for the last 13 years, we've basically been told that we're not qualified to do work there. Even on buildings that we built, we've been told we're not qualified to renovate. So we're just looking for a fair and open competition.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Todd Morgan, president and owner of MB Contractors in Roanoke, Virginia. We're founded in 1912. Prior to about 10 years ago, we did a lot of university work for multiple universities, and actually after doing a very high-profile project for a large university, very successful project, we were ultimately boxed out after that, told that we were no longer qualified because the method of the contracting had changed. Our position is that competition, as everybody knows, is what provides the best price and the best product, especially for taxpayer dollars. So I ask that you support this bill and appreciate your time.
Next, come forward.
Thank you. I'm Jack Dyer, owner of Gulf Seaboard General Contractors out of Ashland. The opposition is going to come up here and argue that basically CM is being eliminated by this bill. To be clear, that's not the case. All we want to do with this bill is be able to compete for public work, and that is it. Our bill still allows the public bodies to hire a construction manager for exceptional cases, where the contractor is selected via not price or cost, but a micro-competitive subjective resume based on resume-based procurement methods such as CM. However, the project does not meet the exceptional waiver conditions. The project is to be procured by competitive sealed bidding, the long-standing preferred method for the Virginia Procurement Act in 1982, and actually written into the code and in the GGS manual up until 2017. Also, another thing is the CM legislation in 2020 did not change anything other than basically bringing the public body into conformity to the Secretary of Administration's procedures. That is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Paul Davis on behalf of the Virginia Association of Roofing Professionals. We support this bill.
Thank you.
I'm Ariana Williams with Lance Construction Company based out of the Shenandoah Valley, and we fully support this bill as well.
I'm Tom Evans, general contractor in Ashland, Virginia. We ask you for the support this bill.
Thank you.
Brandon Spencer with Kenbridge Construction Company. We're in favor of this bill. Please support it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Austin, senior estimator at F&S Building Innovations in Roanoke, and we support this bill.
Thank you for being here. Yes, welcome.
Afternoon. Mark Mellon, President of Century Construction Company here in Richmond. We are in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Daniel and Company. I've been in the Richmond area in business for 45 years and also have been shut out of the colleges and universities. And we do not want to end CM at risk, but we do want to get a fair shake, and I support this bill and hope you will.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
And just a last word, if I could, just again to restate what we're asking for today. Some people might not like certain elements of this bill. Please work with us and the opposition to come up with something that works. We've kept coming back. Senator Ruff and Senator Locke have been working with us for years to try to help solve this problem. Now's the time to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there opponents to the bill in the room here today? We're going to put a 5-minute timer on the other side as well. And if you can, amongst yourselves, be mindful of the limited cumulative time.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Robinson with the Associated General Contractors. We represent the commercial construction industry, and we're here to offer the compromise of send it to the DGS work group to study this when we have the time and the experts and the people in the room to look at this. I think you're going to see another bill today that was a result of that work group. We were here fighting last year between subs and GCs. We took it to the work group. We worked it out, and you're going to see a happy group all together this year. So we've heard about data. We've heard about data that it's all construction manager at risk. But actually, if you look at the DGS data, that they are required by statute to report annually since the last change to the statute, 70% of the projects are hard bid projects. On higher ed, it's over 50%. So the idea that hard bid is getting shut out is not backed up by the data. So I know there's darn statistics, but I think it's important to do that. Behind me is a bunch of different stakeholders who were not made aware of this bill. This is a very complicated issue. Every time we've done this before, it's taken multiple iterations, which is why our compromise is let's go sit down at the table with the DGS work group and study this. Again, AGC represents 500 member companies, almost 300 contractors. 50% of our contractors are 10 million and low in revenue. So we represent the small and the medium and the big guys. And we're a big group, and we're asking you more time, DGS work group, to study this. So with that, I'll let the rest of the folks take the rest
Others,
of the
if
time.
you'd like to register your opposition, state your name and anything you'd like to add within our limit.
Bill Hefty, representing Virginia Association of Governmental Purchasing, who are the 1,000 purchasers, state and local, who actually do this work, VACO and VML. We're opposed to this. Talk about higher ed. This applies to all localities, takes away construction management risk and design build for projects under $125 million right now. We're good stewards of the money. Sometimes CM's appropriate. We'd like the option to continue to work CM and design build. We're glad to take it to the procurement work group over the summer. We think that's what it was put in the budget for, and we'd ask you to refer this to the procurement work group. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got another 2.5 minutes remaining, so please come forward.
I'm John Lawson. I'm the executive chairman of W.M. Jordan Company. We're a Virginia company that's been in business for 65 years. We've worked at every university in the state. Not a single contract we've ever had has been $125 million. So if you put a limit at $125 million, it eliminates all of it. During the pandemic, the ability to hire the construction manager right after the architect's hired, when you can set schedule and you can set pricing and you get ahead of the supply chain, you're able to order those types of materials, and you have a contractor's perspective on constructability, and we handle 90% of the money on any given project, so you need the expertise of the construction manager up front. This is competitive procurement, and so anybody has a chance. It's publicly advertised. We have a very proud record of 56% of all of our construction work is SWAM certified, small, women, and minority. We're able to package those subcontracts and material purchases so that the SWAM community has an opportunity not only to participate and benefit, but also to grow as a company. We're in mentor protege programs where the SWAM contractors graduate and are able to become a larger company on their own. This is a really good program. Virginia was the first in the whole region to adopt CM at risk, and now all these states around us are doing it.
Okay, we've got just 1 minute remaining, so please be brief, remaining speakers, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John McHugh with the Virginia Association of State, College, and University Purchasing Professionals. We are in opposition to this bill, and we believe that we need the opportunity to be able to make sound decisions about the procurement method, and this bill would essentially eliminate the ability to make a decision about the procurement method. I would mention that the data that is being used to determine the bill itself is 13 years old. So it's over 13 years, and we haven't considered what the changes to the law have done to impact
You've exhausted most of the remaining time, so please be brief in your opposition now.
Julia Hammond on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. This bill also would eliminate a lot of the opportunities for SWAM businesses to participate on those large-scale projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris McDonald on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies and the American Institute of Architects. We oppose the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Greg Ackerman with the DC Metro Building Trades. We're primarily concerned about wage theft on public works projects. Happens with a competitive sealed bid, happens with design build and CM at risk, but it's much easier for localities and universities and public bodies to do something about it with design build and CM at risk. So we ask you to oppose.
Sarah Taylor, City of Alexandria. For the reasons previously stated, we oppose the bill.
Thank you.
David Westcott on behalf of the City of Chesapeake. For all the reasons stated, we oppose the bill.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Travis Bowers, THG Bowers Company, small to mid-sized GC and specialty contractor. Here on behalf of the Black Business Alliance of Virginia. We do not support this bill. We're in favor of CM at risk. It allows more negotiation for businesses such as mine to have a seat at the table. And when the table is set, the AGC and the large contractors, small contractors, subcontractors, we respectfully ask that we have a seat at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there members of the committee with questions for proponents or the opponents of the bill? Okay. I had one question.
Sure.
How do you respond to the DGS report that showed that 76% of the projects since the last law change were hard bid?
Well, I think I'll answer. I think there's a distinction between projects that are, say, small projects that are frankly meaningless and projects that are large projects which are actually moving the dollars around. And one of the reasons why I said these numbers can be manipulated is you can have 100 small projects and you can have 3 large projects, and those 3 large projects are more important. There's a reason all these gentlemen took a day off from work today. They're not here because the system is working. They're here on their own nickel. They're not professional lobbyists. And the reason they're here and they're dissatisfied is because they're getting cut out of the large projects.
Thank you, Senator Peterson. Are there other questions from members of the committee or motions?
Can I speak to at
Senator,
least,
yes.
And I apologize. 2 points. One, there's still an exemption. So you can still do CM at risk on any project. It's just you have to get the exemption from DGS. So the dollar cap is not a freeze out. Number 2, SWAM objectives and union objectives and all those things can still be put in the RFP. Nothing prevents that from being put in the RFP. That can still be part of the contracting process. So I just want to deal with those 2 issues. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McPike, and then we'll get to Senator Locke.
So, Mr. Chairman, a question, I guess a follow-up to your last statement to the patron. So RFP, what you're actually advocating, switching is ITB, which is invitation to bid, low bid, fixed price contracting. Correct? Well, I'll tell you, that is the net effect, okay, which is low bid and not sort of a selective RFP criteria process. You actually get that through CM at risk. And so you actually do and are allowed to add under the procurement code more evaluative criteria to what you just stated, actually under CM at risk and not what your bill does. And so I would just make sure we understand that that's not actually the net effect of what you're saying.
Well, you're opposed to the bill. I get that. So,
Senator Locke.
Just making sure it's accurate.
I think it is accurate. It is.
Senator Peterson, someone mentioned something about the data being 13 years old. I don't know what data that person was talking about.
Right. Thank you, Senator Locke. And I refrain from statistics because I've heard a lot of people throw statistics. I'm not asking you to buy into, and so people were responding to some numbers that were thrown earlier. I'm not bringing that up. To me, this is really a principle of, do we think competitive sealed bidding is the most effective way? And I understand some members don't. I get that. But that's really what this comes down to.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
There was somebody else down there I think you need to talk to.
Did someone have their hand up on here? Senator Mason?
Go ahead. Go.
You're being too courteous. Senator Vogel, you go first, then we'll get Senator Mason.
I thought he might say something smarter than I was going to say. So that. Mr. Chair, I would just like to point out the obvious, and that is this piece of legislation comes back to us year after year after year. There is something broken. We do have contractors that are not included in a process where our medium-sized contractors feel that the process is inclusive. We have issues with competition. And I would just like to encourage the members of this committee to have an open mind and consider that this allows some flexibility. We are not freezing out SWAM businesses, nor are we creating a rigid structure that does not allow for some of the issues that have been raised to be addressed when it comes to competition. It doesn't hurt our bigger contractors, but what it does do is it helps our smaller contractors. And I think it's absolutely critical. If you look at who is sort of the machine in our communities and who is driving our small businesses and feeding our smaller businesses, it's these guys. And we're going to hear this bill over and over and over and over until we do something. There is no doubt about that. And it's just simply a question of equity and fairness and cracking this nut and not creating a sort of a tiered process where some people are never, ever going to break in. And so I would just ask this committee to be a little flexible and consider what it is that Chap said, and that we would be wise, I believe, to report this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, so I agree that we see this bill over and over and over again, and part of that is because we don't have the time or dig into the statistics to the level that we know. So the statistics are 13 years old. No, they're not 13 years old. We do 76%. No, you don't do 76%. We're taking a number here from 25 million to 125 million. Does anybody in this room think that that was intended to be the landing point? I certainly don't. And so I think that I hate sending stuff to study, but if there's a standing work group that can evaluate thoroughly each side of this, how many projects are between 25 million and 50? How many over 50? How many under 125? The gentleman said he'd never seen one on a college campus. So this does need thorough and intricate review. We don't want to cut people out. We understand you feel in places you are, but at this point, this committee is very rarely given the full breadth of information that I believe we need to make a competent decision. And so if there's a standing work group to do that, I think we ought to commit to addressing it thoroughly. And I know it sounds like kicking the can down the road, Mr. Chairman, but until we have the detailed level of data and the hours necessary to have this type of discussion, I don't think we can get there.
Is that a motion or a statement?
I will move that we refer that to the standing committee at DGS.
Okay, so to PBI and send to the DGS work group.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Vogel.
A substitute motion.
Yes.
I'm going to say that we have had years and years and years, and the Department of General Services maintains all of that information. And I can tell you, having met with folks on both sides, the information is available. And we have really good data on what the contracts look like and what it is that we're dealing with. And I would just encourage the members to consider that a study is probably going to yield the same result that we get every time we debate this issue, and that I fear that we will come back having, again, just kicked the can down the road. And at a certain point, we have to deal with this, and it's going to happen. And I would just prefer that, again, we not put off the inevitable, and that we try to consider that there is an opportunity to address a really serious issue that I think that is impacting the competitive bid process. And I would make a substitute motion, thank you to my colleague, I would make a substitute motion that we report the bill.
And I will second that. And Mr. Chair, I've been waiting to use this line. We can torture the data until it confesses. So.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to report the bill that's been seconded, and Senator McPike would like to address that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple things, Mr. Chairman, about the motion and the underlying bill. One thing that has not been discussed, first off, CM at risk as a vehicle does not necessarily guarantee that you continue with a guaranteed maximum price. You have a departure point in CM at risk, which you can go to low bid, by the way. So the way the vehicle is set up is actually really critical now, especially with as many supply chain issues as we're facing right now. If you have that CM on board, it's actually saving taxpayer dollars significantly, because once you have an architect that specifies material that's not available, and I can tell you right now, there's stuff that is 9 months that used to be 2 months. Stuff that was 6 months is over a year. And unless you know that, you're buying a package and you're signing a contract that you just bought a whole bunch of general conditions, and let me tell you what they charge you per month will knock your socks off because of that selection. And so this is a really important tool right now not to limit it during this time. And I think it needs to go to the working group because of that fact. I mean, we're talking about real costs on these contracts. And it's not the material, but once you extend those general conditions, because one piece, and we're experiencing it at our new GAB right here up this hill, because of those delays. It could be a fire alarm panel board, it can be elevator equipment, all that sort of stuff. And those are really big dollars that hit the taxpayer. Because let me guarantee you, the GCs aren't going to carry those extended conditions, all that staff on their back. The taxpayer's paying it. You're going to foot that bill. And it's really important right now because of the supply chain issues that we not meddle with this code section. I agree with Senator Mason and encourage you to vote against this and PBI to get the data in the work group. It's really important, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we vote, first I want to ask Senator Vogel, would you amend your motion to refer to finance? That's on the list for, report and refer to finance.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to.
So that's the motion that's before us. Now, I understand there's 2 speakers in Zoom who did not speak. We're not going to take extended testimony, but if they'd like to identify themselves and state their preference, they can.
I'm Richard Thomas. I'm with the Design Build Institute of America. A lot of focus has been on the CMAR sections. Oh.
I think you muted yourself, but we wanted to mainly register your position. Are you for or against the bill?
We're against the bill.
Thank you. And there's another speaker in Zoom, I understand?
Richard Slawski, please unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, member of the committees, with VCU right now. Before that, I was with the Department of General Services. Just one quick example, we have got our Technology Operations Center, which is critical to getting the Supreme Court built.
And you're for or against this bill?
I am against the bill.
Thank you for being here. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Ruff.
Senator McPike made some good points about supply chain and timing. But the CM at risk is much like going to the convenience store. You know you can get it to Walmart cheaper, but you go to the convenience store because it's easy and fast. You don't have to worry about the details. And that is the problem. Procurement officers like ease. They don't like complications. And I think that this is one way to get the right price rather than the convenience.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess are there other members of the committee that would like to speak? Okay, so the vote was, the question is whether the bill should be reported and referred to finance, and we'll vote on the electronic voting board.
Ayes 9, no 6.
Okay, the bill reports and refers to finance, or is referred to finance. Thank you. Okay, Senator Morrissey, have you had a chance to review the proposal?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
Copy of the 12-page substitute. Let me just say this, while I was taken by complete surprise and while no other similar condition was imposed on any other casino operator in the state, I am going to acquiesce, and because I'd like to see this come out 14 or 15-0, and I know my good friend Senator Barker will marshal this through finance.
Second.
Okay. Substitute is all in favor of adopting the substitute will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Well, there was extensive testimony in the subcommittee. I did want to ask one thing about the size of the investment that's proposed.
Yes, sir.
Because it was maintained that I believe it was $1.4 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That Petersburg's developer has committed to invest. And I just want to know, how is that commitment?
Sure, it's a fair question. How can you count on it?
That it's going to happen at that level?
The Cordish Group has developed over 150 similar projects throughout the country. They are the preeminent casino developer operator. When they say that they are going to put in a project, two things. When they say they're going to impose and build a $1.4 billion casino, they mean it. This is not pie in the sky. Every time they have told a city, St. Louis, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, they deliver on exactly what they'll do. They have a model and they have a brand alive that they do not want to be diluted. This will not be a $1 billion or a $1.2 billion project. Mr. Chair, it is a $1.4 billion project that doubles every other casino in the state.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ruff.
Give us the timeline of how long that it would take to spend that $1.4 billion. Is that going to be in the first phase, or is it going to be multiple phases?
There are 3 phases. When a referendum is held in November, they expect to break ground shortly thereafter, and the phases will go one right after the other. It will include not only the main casino and a new hotel, but 2,000 units are being pardon me? Certainly. Let me just finish one thing. Sure. There are going to be 2,000 residential units, and as I said during the subcommittee meeting, there is a city within a city approach, including a main promenade that will have retail, that will have living accommodations, and I'd ask to speak to the CEO of the Cordish Group, who maybe can answer in a little bit more detail.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Joe. Senator, I think it's important for everyone to understand as our company and our track record, and I think that's what we really stand on here. As Joe had mentioned, Senator had mentioned, we have done multiple developments of this scale across the country. Some of our biggest partners are sports teams, the Texas Rangers, Atlanta Braves. These are major companies that rely on us. And once we say that we're going to do these large-scale developments, we do them. We would not be partnering with those kinds of organizations if they didn't believe that we can deliver. And that's no different here for Petersburg. We're working on a major development, 200 acres in South Florida, gaming component. We've master planned that development as well. In terms of timing, the first phase of development will be casino, hotel, and parking garage. From there, we will immediately begin planning the rest of the development. Over time, we're looking at about a 8 to 10 year development, which is no different than any other development that we've done across the country. So that's our timeline.
Senator Donovan, did you have a request to speak button on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoever you are, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
I just want to compliment the patron for Grace. I think that was quite a staggering surprise to get a complete substitute. And so I just wanted to take a moment to say that because I think I would have been thrown back. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions before we proceed to motions? Senator Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, you're ready for a motion. I'll give it to you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to report to substitute and refer to finance.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second to report and refer to finance. The substitute, all in favor will vote aye. Opposed otherwise?
Ayes 11, noes 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the order I have for patrons waiting was Senator Lewis was next, then D. Steph, Cosgrove, and McDougall.
Here, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, do you have a preference, Mr. Chairman, or do you want me to just pick one?
Whichever order you'd like.
All right. Well, let's lighten the atmosphere a little bit with the Chincoteague Pony. Senate Bill 1478, Mr. Chairman.
We have to vote nay?
No.
I want everyone to get that out of their system now, please. Mr. Chairman, it's members of the committee, it's obviously very straightforward. I vowed years ago, though, when I first got here and saw the late Delegate Jackie Stump try and have the state bat designated, that I would never, ever put in a state anything. But here I am, because the case is so compelling, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Who among us was not captivated by Misty of Chincoteague? The late Marguerite Henry's fantastic, almost Pulitzer Prize-winning children's book. I made that up. That's not true. And then the subsequent movie. And then, of course, who can forget Stormy, Misty's foal? So what this is, and long before the National Seashore, that so many people know Chincoteague, the island of Chincoteague for, came into being in the late 60s, Misty put Chincoteague on the map. It has been a tremendous tourist drive for us, an economic developer, not only for Accomack County or the town of Chincoteague, but for the entire Commonwealth. The National Seashore, and I think Misty is part of that whole attraction there, and the Chincoteague ponies are one of the largest or most frequently visited national parks, I'm told, I think in the East Coast, on the East Coast and Southeast. So that's incredible. And so these ponies, obviously you're familiar with the auction every year. Most of Pennsylvania and New Jersey comes down to Chincoteague to watch these ponies swim and participate in the auction. And so it is a huge part of our culture, our economy, and I think it is worthy of the Chincoteague pony is therefore worthy of designation as our state pony.
Thank you for that compelling case. Are there members of the committee with any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Mason.
Mr. Chairman, I would be flattered, excited to support the gentleman's bill if he can name the Virginia State bat.
I'm going to cheat because I underlined it right here.
Nice.
It is the Virginia big-eared bat, and the Latinate name I can't even begin to. Yeah.
Move to report, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion and a second. Unless there's anyone in the room who feels compelled to slow this down, we will vote on the electronic voting board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Next up, Mr. Chairman, is Senate Bill 1401, and there is a substitute for that, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute for SB 1401. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, continue.
All right, Mr. Chairman, what this bill does is essentially add housing to the VRA's portfolio. And it's a tool, really, one of the most overused phrases here, a tool in the toolbox to continue to address our housing issues across the Commonwealth. Currently, if a locality wants to issue bonds for housing projects, they have to adhere to, obviously, the constitutional standards, which also often involves publication and other limitations, and public or referendum and other limitations. Or they can do full or moral obligation bonds, which are expensive and somewhat risky. So what this bill will do is authorize the Virginia Resource Authority to buy bonds that would finance affordable housing construction from localities. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that is the bill.
Thank you. Are there questions for Senator Lewis? Okay. Are there those in the room who'd like to speak for this legislation? Anyone like to speak against this legislation? Okay. Is there anyone in Zoom wanting to speak on this particular bill?
Those in Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The motion would need to be to report and re-refer to finance. Okay, I hear that motion in second. All in favor will vote aye. Thank you, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the committee.
Okay.
Ayes 15, no 0.
We next have Senator DeStaff.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm bringing Senate Bill 1115 on behalf of Senator McPike and myself. And Senate Bill 1115 is a pretty simple bill. Last year we pushed forward and moved out with Made in America based on the Manufacturers Association recommendations. And this year we're doing Made in Virginia. So what we're doing is copying some of the other states around us, and we're giving a slight preferential treatment for items made in Virginia and a small one for items made in the United States. I believe we've got one or two speakers on this. And Jeremy, if you want to add to this, or Mr. Chair, if Senator McPike would like to add to this some, happy to have him chime in as well.
Senator McPike, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a discussion, as the Senator indicated, between manufacturers, the Manufacturers Commission, which I serve on, and considerable discussion over the years. From a cleanup item, if we could, I would likely to move Senate Bill 1176 be incorporated.
Be rolled into 1115?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of that. Do we need to vote on that, or is that's a recorded vote? Okay. We'll record your vote to roll the bills together.
Apologize, Mr. Chairman. I probably should have brought that up in the beginning.
That's okay.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, to follow up
Proceed.
to now the underlying Senate Bill 1115 before us. The question of competitiveness and giving preference to Virginia businesses has been before this committee for quite some time and many, many years. And I know I've been cautious over the years, but looking at different states that have started to do that, as was indicated, I think is an important context that we need to start to connect the dots. We spend a lot of money on our goods and services in Virginia, and at some point we've got to give a nod to our own folks that are producing here. And I think that's what the intent of this effort is. I know there's some procurement, still questions that are out there, and I get it, but I think there's an administrative way to achieve it as you go through a procurement to do, this is a Virginia and USA qualified procurement because you can deliver goods or service manufactured right here. And I think there's a way to administer that's not super complicated. I know there's been questions about it, but I think it's important. We spend a lot of money. We need to connect the dots. We do a lot of work on economic development incentives and other things to try to create jobs, but we don't yet connect our own money to it. And that's a disconnect that we've got to start to correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeSteph, you said that we need to start doing what the other states are doing. So is North Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, D.C., are they all doing this to us currently?
Texas, I don't have the list in front of me right now. I grabbed the wrong folder. But there are multiple ones around, and I'm sure the VMA will probably, Manufacturers Association folks, can answer that in about a half a second.
I would love an answer to that question,
So
Mr.
I'd love
Chairman.
to reach out for a friend.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. All of the southern states are doing some form of preference. Specifically, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Texas are doing things very similar to this bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Stewart.
Does that include West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and the District of Columbia?
You just said the same thing we just said.
Yes.
Maryland, D.C., West Virginia, Tennessee.
No, Maryland.
I'm sorry. Maryland,
D.C.,
West
Pennsylvania, West Virginia. I heard you say North Carolina was doing it.
Yes, North Carolina has a few things similar, particularly the piece of this that has to do with price matching, which allows, if they're beat out by 5% or 10,000, the ability to meet those prices, Virginia companies to meet those prices. And that's a North Carolina piece as well.
But he said is our Maryland, D.C., West Virginia, do they have a similar?
Do you know about the other
program? And
states
I think the answer is
that were
yes.
referred to?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe the answer is no for the senator's question for those specific
Just
states.
North Carolina. Okay.
And then other southern states listed.
Okay. Are there those who'd like to speak in favor of this legislation, SB 1115? Identify yourself, please.
Right, yes. Paige Warnig with the Virginia Manufacturers Association. We are very much in support of this legislation. It allows for Virginia manufactured products to have a greater role in Virginia state procurement. This preference, as we said, is very common in other southern states, specifically North Carolina, South Carolina, and Texas have something very similar to this. And this will allow them to be competitive, to price match where possible. And there is a precedent for this. There's also an incentive for greater recycled products to be incorporated as well in procurement practices later. So
Thank you.
support the bill.
Okay. Any others in the room?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question for Senator Eastow.
If you could just wait one moment. Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Eastow, I met with my Cattlemen's Association out in my district, and they actually brought this topic up about Virginia beef and the ability to do that. And I apologize, I'm trying to read through the changes. Would this cover them, or is this purely manufacturers?
I think this purely, Mr. Chairman, Senator Reese, I believe this is purely manufacturers. And I think I know what you're talking about. That's not covered under this bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I am Mike Carlin on behalf of the Coalition for Consumer Choices. It's an association of 10 statewide associations and 5 chambers of commerce. And actually, we really focused on the recycling element in this bill and support the bill for that reason alone. There's an effort to look at the recyclable materials tax credit which is badly needed because we're not incentivizing recycling in the way we need to in this state, and that is the approach that the coalition would like to see promoted. So for that reason alone, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And were there others behind you? No. Okay. Yes, Senator.
I'm sorry, I have another question.
Yeah, please state it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has anybody done any analysis on the impact this will have on air contractors in Virginia who are doing work in D.C., Maryland, West Virginia? Because the minute you enact this, then they're going to do the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, not that I'm aware of. I know that we've discussed this in the past, but I'm not aware of any studies that have looked at specifically Maryland, D.C., or West Virginia.
Okay, thank you. Were there anyone in Zoom waiting to speak on this particular bill?
Those in Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a motion on this bill? Or I'm sorry, I didn't ask for opponents. I'm reminded. Was there anyone against this legislation? Please come forward.
And refer to finance.
Okay, so the motion would be to report and refer to finance if the motion is to report.
Move to report and refer to finance.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All in favor will vote aye.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Ayes 13, no 0, 2 abstentions.
Okay, we've got Senator Cosgrove up next.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I may be very sorry that I'm going to do this, but Senator McDougal has to get to courts. Mine's a very simple bill.
Okay.
Can you take him first?
Sure, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Senator Cosgrove. I think he's sentencing me to more time in courts, though, as opposed to... Mr. Chairman, this is Senate Bill 1459. Mr. Chairman, you might know this bill more as the ban on TikTok bill, as a more common name. As we went through, I think that there are a number of amendments that are clarifying as this went through the process. We received a number of comments from different directions to make sure we were doing what we were intending to do. And Mr. Chairman, the intent of the bill is to say if you're a government public body, if you accept the language that's been distributed, then you will not use TikTok or WeChat on a device. As the committee certainly has heard, there's been a significant concern about the Chinese government collecting information through these two platforms, and this would ensure or would greater ensure the security of government information by banning the use on government devices. It does not talk about individuals' private devices, which I would highly recommend that you not have it. I don't let Reagan have it. But this is just if your public body device, then it would be banned from being used.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee for Senator McDougal?
Got an amendment, Senator McDougal?
Yes, Senator Hashmi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the patron. I don't see any enforcement mechanism in here. How would we enforce this for our state employees?
Mr. Chairman, before we get to that, I do think if you want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, the way the bill was originally drafted, we used executive branch agency. We were given the recommended language of public body was more encompassing. So if we get to there, Mr. Chairman, I think if you look back at lines 84, the CIO in the executive branch has the ability to restrict access to these devices for a majority of entities. This is not meant to punish as far as a criminal type punishment entities. This is just to make sure that we're not letting people use our public devices where a foreign national government could obtain information. So this really puts the ability with the CIO to do that restriction.
Okay, thank you, Senator. So we do have amendments before us, line amendments. Is there a motion that we take the line amendments that Senator McDougal has offered and incorporate them in the bill?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of adopting the amendments will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now the bill is before us, and Senator Locke has a question.
I have a follow-up, Senator McDougal, to Senator Hoshman's. They are watching now.
Okay, here, use this one.
So how would anyone know whether or not TikTok has been downloaded on a device?
Mr. Chairman, it's not necessarily my area of expertise, but it's my understanding that you can prohibit certain applications from being downloaded to state devices, and this, at a minimum, would direct the Chief Information Officer, the CIO, to undertake those efforts. I don't think, and again, it's not my expertise, I don't think that the CIO could then come in and tell us with 100% certainty that every device in state government is prohibited from having it, but certainly if this was passed and that went through the system, then action individually to go through those devices could be done. So the CIO, I think, can stop most of this, but I can't promise you that there's not some workaround to that provision. But, Mr. Chairman, again, you might have some employment ramifications if you violated this, but this is not seen as a criminal direction. This is seen as something to make sure that Virginia is taking the steps to keep information secure.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, were there any other questions on the bill? Okay, Senator McPike.
I'm sorry, I do have one question, and you might have a provision in the bill, but a part of public safety is also monitoring social media for other events. Is there exclusions for that for state police and others? That we have a whole center that's dedicated to looking at stuff at our fusion center, and so those are exclusions.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at lines 131 through 133, the superintendent of state police or the chief law enforcement officer of an agency does have the ability to grant that exception.
Okay. Are there those in the room who'd like to speak for this legislation or against this legislation here today with us in Richmond? Okay, is there anyone in Zoom waiting to speak on this bill?
Anyone on Zoom who would like to speak on the bill, you may raise your hand. We have no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there's a motion to report, and
they're probably all watching TikTok.
All in favor of reporting this legislation will vote aye.
Favor of TikTok?
Ayes 14, no 0, 1 abstention.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I look forward to being able to discuss this on the floor with you.
Thank you. Okay, and now we've got
Senator Cosgrove.
Senator Cosgrove.
Yes, sir. Good morning, afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I have Senate Bill 1002 before you today. Mr. Chairman, this bill is fairly simple. It just prohibits officers and employees of state and local governments an institution from receiving gifts of value exceeding $100 for which fair market value or a gift of greater or equal value has not been provided or exchanged from a foreign country of concern as defined in the bill. And those countries would be the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Republic of Cuba, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and the Syrian Arab Republic. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, there have been exceedingly large donations to a number of different entities. In fact, the nation of Qatar actually provided almost $40 million to one of our state universities here for no recorded or particular reason. The original bill had also included private institutions and the substitute. There is a substitute in there. There's a substitute.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to adopt the substitute for SB 1002. All in favor will say aye. Any opposed will say no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the substitute
before
basically
us.
takes out private institutions from the bill. It is only state and local institutions.
Okay. Are there questions from members of the committee? Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for the patron. Could you describe the process by which these particular countries were identified? Are they part of some federal list of foreign countries of concern? And then secondly, why are we restricting it? You mentioned Qatar, but Qatar is not on this list, so.
They are not. They are not.
Could you just clarify the process by
Sure.
which this list is compiled?
These disclosures are from the federal government, and allied nations frequently donate to our colleges and cultural programs. But we are looking at nations who are sponsors of terror and have provided a great deal of money to some of our institutions of higher learning. For one, China has donated to our Virginia universities almost $6 million in cash. Believe it or not, the Republic of North Korea has delivered almost $200,000 in donations. And basically, these countries, these governments, which are hostile to the United States, really, I don't think have any business providing that type of capital to our institutions of higher learning in the United States of America.
Senator Hashmi, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just as a follow-up, we have another bill that is going through also that was, around institutions of higher education. You raised that concern. So that bill would it would require all institutions to report any contributions from any nation, including the countries that you've identified here. I'm sorry.
We're having crosstalk. We'll go through the chair, but I think people are speculating on the other end that the bill is no longer alive.
Okay. Well, that's just my concern is why are we limiting it to certain countries, and is there a process by which if we needed to identify other countries that they might be on here? Just because you raised the issue of Qatar yourself, but it's not on here. So.
No, it's not. I'm just making an example of foreign countries. England and France and the Netherlands and Israel have also donated to universities, but Cuba, the Democratic Republic of Korea, North Korea, Iran, Syria, are all designated as state sponsors of terror according to the Department of State of the United States of America. I think that's a pretty compelling argument right there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. First Senator Bell, then Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's it's kind of along the same line. Frankly, I don't disagree with the list of countries you have on here. My question, though, is as world events change and countries may be taken off or added to, have you considered or would you consider using, instead of listing individual countries, referencing the United States Secretary of State sponsors of terrorism list?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be a very friendly amendment.
Do we have the ability to do that amendment? Is that a defined list that's...
Mr. Chairman, yeah. If I can address?
Yes, Senator Bell.
On the Secretary of State website, Department of State website, countries are designated by the Secretary of State in accordance with the National Defense Authorization Act, also the Arms Export Control Act, Section 620A of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, and the Secretary of State normally does a designation. I will say there are ones, the ones on there currently are Cuba, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea, Iran, and Syria. So it does not include Venezuela. Those are the current ones on there, and I know they constantly update it. So my concern would be, again, we think about East Germany became part of one Germany. We would have to have a code change if something were to develop like that.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a very valuable assessment. And I think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, we know Senator Cosgrove is supportive of that, but I will say, though, then keep in mind, if you're an average Virginian, you rather than have a defined list, you'd need to look at the State Department's list. Is that still is that a motion, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I would make that a motion because I mean, this is a regularly looked at thing by the Secretary of State, which is charged with designating, and frankly, they have intelligence beyond what we would have just picking and choosing countries to put on here take away.
Okay, so I'm taking that to mean in line 12, after it would say foreign country of concern means countries designated by the U.S. Department of State, and then the verbiage you enumerated, and then you want to say including any agency representative or other entity under significant control of such countries. Did you want to leave that language intact?
Mr. Chairman, very well stated. Yes.
Okay. So if you can just work with council to make sure they have that wording when before this hearing is concluded. That's a motion to amend the bill.
Mr. Chairman, for council, if you were just to go to the State Department website and just Google state sponsors of terrorism, the official list is there.
Okay, so all in favor of adopting that amendment will say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the bill is now amended. I believe, Senator Locke, were you waiting to speak, or had you spoken?
My question may be moot now, given the terrorists are watching. May be moot now, given that particular amendment, because my question was going to be, given the list of these countries or even that amendment, has the United States discontinued diplomatic relations with any of these countries so named?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not sure if we still have formal diplomatic relations with the North Korean Republic. I know we have diplomatic relations with China and with Russia, and I'm not. We may have a consulate in Cuba. I'm not sure that we have diplomatic relations with them.
Okay. Are there those in the room who'd like to speak on this legislation? For or against, come to the podium. Okay. Is there anyone in Zoom who wants to address Senate Bill 1002?
Mr. Speaker, we have one speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, you going back to the House?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Well, they can proceed now and unmute. Is our Zoom testifier available?
He's not responding from
Okay. Okay, so we're not getting that speaker. Okay, are there members of the committee with motions or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McPike.
I just have one question, I guess, maybe more technical, and I don't know if economic development or business trade, for whatever reason, has some company that needs something from Venezuela, for instance, or some other company that may be on the list for some reason. I don't know if there's any federal prohibition or other issues around it, but it says, for instance, you can't accept a gift on behalf, if it's above value. Right now, it's on behalf of the Commonwealth. It makes sense. It's not a personal, but that's my only question: is if there's other intricacies that we're not thinking about when there might be a company that has goods or services for whatever reason that company has that resource or that mineral resource, and
sure,
a Virginia business needs it, and there is a government official that visits to help make the connection. I'm just putting out there as a question to not complicate our lives and extend this committee, which is a long docket, but
It is. Mr. Chairman, I'd answer Senator McPike that basically right now we can't take gifts over $25. You know, basically this just prohibits gifts from any entity that's listed now by the State Department as a terrorist-sponsored government of taking a gift of over $100. Now, I can't see where that would be a difficulty in economic development. You know, when we visit other countries, you know, we can take tokens, you know, with us of a Jefferson Cup or such.
this is one follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I guess
McPike.
I guess the point is, you know, sometimes if you're in a country, they give you a gift, and it's rude for you to not receive that gift. And, you know, right now in our law, you can receive the gift, but it's the Commonwealth and goes to the Library of Virginia. Like, that's the official, like, trade-off of how that is handled, so it doesn't go to Senator Cosgrove or Senator McPike. That's what I'm asking. And in this context, you might actually be offending a context. I'm just putting it out there. I mean, for what it's worth.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd say, having worked in the Asian countries some, I understand where he's going with this. But at the same time, even, the President of the United States can accept a gift, but he can't keep it. It has to go, like you said, to the library.
I hear a motion and a second to report the bill as amended. All in favor will vote aye. Okay.
Ayes 10, noes 4, 1 abstention.
Yeah.
Thank you for your courtesies, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. Next, we've got Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have Senate Bill 1528.
Committee will direct its attention to Senate Bill 1528. Okay, this has to do with libraries.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does. This bill comes to us by request from a member of the Library Board in Fairfax. And what it provides certain restrictions outlined in the bill for publishers contracting with the Library of Virginia and other libraries for the purpose of acquiring license for electronic literary materials. And what the bill accomplishes is this: allows libraries to license additional electronic copies of ebooks to patrons. Additional electronic licenses incur no additional cost to the library and are often more convenient for the patron. This bill also ensures that the price that libraries pay for acquiring electronic materials are in line with the price that the public would pay. It prohibits publishers from charging a per-use cost to libraries in most circumstances, and patrons of the library would be entitled to the provisions under the Consumer Protection Act. And where this comes from, Mr. Chairman, is something called the first sale doctrine. And every day, millions of consumers make use of this first sale doctrine. This copyright doctrine permits the purchaser of a legal copy of a copyrighted work to treat that copy in any way he or she desires, as long as the copyright owner's exclusive copyright rights are not infringed. This means the copy can be destroyed, sold, given away, or rented, and in this case, loaned out. And that's what the bill does, and I do have a gentleman, I believe, who is hopefully online, Mr. Phil Rosenthal, who could further explain.
Okay, is Mr. Rosenthal online, waiting to testify?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Why don't we unmute him and invite him to make his comments?
Mr. Rosenthal, you may unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please introduce yourself and give your comments.
Okay. Senator Eben, members of the General Laws Committee, my name is Phil Rosenthal, and I'm a member of the Friends of the Library in Fairfax County. The issue here is pretty clear. There is an abuse of market position by the dominant publishers in the digital markets. E-books in 2019 were about 19% of the U.S. book market. Amazon and the big publishers have various restrictions on cost and use of e-books through the libraries. For example, The Code Breakers by David Kahn was published by Simon & Schuster, was quoted for $59.99 for a consumer, which means that they had lifetime access of that e-book. The price for the library is $239.99 for only one copy and use for only one person at a time, and is only good for a 2-year period of time. Another example, All the Lights We Cannot See, the consumer price is $12.99. library price $51.99, and use for only 2 years. The libraries are charged from 3 to 5 times more the retail price, and they restrict the use of the ebook. This issue impacts every library in each of your districts and limits your constituents' use of ebooks. Senator Marston's bill attempts to fix this terrible inequity of the present process, and I respectfully ask for you to support the libraries in your district and your constituents back home who use the libraries. I would respectfully ask that you vote this bill out, or if there are significant questions about it, that it would be referred to a study committee. I would prefer that you report the bill out.
Thank you. Okay, are there any in the room here today who'd like to speak for this legislation? Please come to the microphone. Any who'd like to speak against, please introduce yourself and tell us why you're opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. David Halleck on behalf of the American Association of Publishers. We have talked with Senator Marsden about our concerns about the bill, and they are significant. This is a major infringement upon private property rights, intellectual property rights. This is governed by federal law and the Federal Copyright Act, which can be amended and is amended regularly to deal with the changing technologies around ebooks. But the real issue here is the constitutionality of this. There's only been one other state that passed this version of the bill. It's been floated in a number of states and it's failed. One other state passed it, Maryland, and it was almost immediately struck down as unconstitutional and unenforceable by federal courts in Maryland. So I'm happy to get into the underlying substance of the economics of ebooks. The reality is, unlike what Mr. Rosenthal said, is ebooks are booming. There were more than 50 billion downloads of ebooks in the last year. The marketplace is working. There's a reason why, again, I won't take the committee's time to get into the pricing structure and everything, but when a library does an ebook, literally hundreds of people can access that. So it's not just one person may pay $50, the library pays $250, but hundreds of people are accessing it for that $250. So I won't infringe upon your time further on that regard. Just say, it is patently unconstitutional on its face, and I'm happy to provide the federal court decision from Maryland to anybody who would like to have that, but we would ask that you not report the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there members of the committee with questions or any others from the audience who want to speak? Okay. Are there motions on SB 1528?
Move to gently.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe there's a federal preemption issue here. I think the gentleman's right because it does infringe on copyright law. So with all due respect to my friend, I'd move to pass the bill by.
Okay, I heard a motion and a second to PBI SB 1528.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Marston.
Could we also, as the gentleman idea, have a letter to go to the appropriate group to look at this and see if there's any way we can, salvage parts of this that are really onerous and burdensome to our library system?
Would you like a letter to the Library of Virginia asking them to give us their recommendation, or someone else?
That would be super. Thank you.
Okay, so is that an amended motion? Okay, so that's the amended motion, is that we would send this to the Director of the Library of Virginia for comment and advice, and PBI this version of the bill for this year. All in favor will vote aye.
Ayes 15, no 0.
Thank you, Senator.
All green. It's good.
Okay. Now, we have a number of bills from patrons, but Senator Ruff, I think, has a number of witnesses waiting. Senator Ruff, do you want to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Workforce Development Advancement Bill. This bill consolidates the workforce programs, evaluation, and data sharing in hopes that we will be more efficiently provide workforce services to our citizens with skills needed by our businesses. Many of you have been lobbied by about different parts of the bill, and therefore you have before you a substitute. I ask you to adopt that substitute.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute that's being passed out. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we now have a substitute before us, Senator.
All right. After you received a hard copy of this yesterday or last night, there was additional work done on it, and there is one additional amendment that I would ask the clerk to report.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Ruff, on line 341 of the substitute after the word article, we are going to insert a semicolon, requirements for certain programs. And then on line 358 of the substitute, we are going to insert two new subsections, C and D. C reads, any apprenticeship program designed to prepare individuals to engage in a career as a tradesman shall be registered apprenticeships that meet or exceed the U.S. Department of Labor standards for registered apprenticeships and shall meet or exceed the standards that were in place with the Apprenticeship Division of the Virginia Department of Labor and Industry as of January 31st, 2023. As used in this subsection, tradesman means an individual engaged in the electrical, plumbing and heating, ventilation and air conditioning, carpentry, pipe fitting, boiler making, iron working, steel working, or welding professions. And subsection D reads, no state agency or locality shall sponsor, recognize, or establish any apprenticeship program designed to prepare individuals to engage in a career as a tradesman unless such apprenticeship program meets the requirements established in subsection C.
Okay. So that was an amendment, and there's been a motion and a second for the amendment to the substitute. So all in favor of adopting will say aye.
Thank you.
And any opposed? Okay, and we've already adopted the substitute, correct? Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman,
proceed.
that last amendment was very important because there was concern within the labor community that they were going to be bypassed. This clarifies that it does not affect the trades, but at the same time, we can expand its apprenticeships to things that do not deal with the current tradesmen. And my co-patron would like to speak, maybe.
Yes. Senator Barker.
Yeah, we've actually had a fairly lengthy process getting to this point after Secretary Slater, with the Secretary of Labor here, he came on, and one of the things that he, in his initial assessment, was able to talk about was presenting information, and I'm on the board for workforce development, as is Chairman Senator McPike here, and was presenting things in terms of the amount of workforce development sites and different entities providing services, and what he ended up proposing, and worked with us and others on things, was to come up with a proposal that would in many ways try to centralize some of the assessment and just the structure of the workforce development entities around the Commonwealth, and also to be able to standardize the types of data that would be provided so that we can have a running total on the information that would help us determine what types of workforce development programs are producing the best output and are the best for both Virginia and for the individuals who are participating in them, and which ones are not, and be able to achieve a good bit of a quality assessment there through that process. In addition, we looked at things that were put into the bill when the bill was first drafted, and then when was submitted, and there were issues that various entities had. One of them that was significant was it was a proposal to have adult education at the K through 12 systems, our school systems and school boards there, that would be sort of moved out of their process and be able to have it managed elsewhere within the administration. And there were several of us who chimed in on that and said that this was probably not the most effective way to go. And that's why we have the substitute, is to have that and some of the other things that have been consolidated here, and things that have been removed from the bill as we've worked through the process here, and we're going to continue to do that because we want to have the best system for workforce development. And we have had a lot of tremendous amount of information that we've been able to get together already in this process, and I think we can continue to do that and help address some of the economic issues that we have right now. So that's some of the things that we've been working on, and I think we are making tremendous progress. Secretary Slater has been a tireless advocate for these types of things, and worked very hard with a lot of people in the process, and is committed and dedicated to continue doing that. So.
Thank you, Senators.
One point that I would add to that is that in Clause 7, the Secretary of Labor will convene a stockholder work group to advise the department as they organize this over the next year. That group will consist of representatives from impacted agencies, local workforce boards, as well as organized labor and the business community. The bill is endorsed by the State Chamber of Commerce, many local chambers, the Manufacturers Association, and the former Secretary of Education, the Honorable Jim Dyke. And Secretary Slater may be
I see he's in the room. But before you come to speak, Mr. Secretary, if people who intend to testify on this legislation today, could you raise your hand if you're in the room? Okay, because we're going to put a time limit on the cumulative testimony. Can we do a time limit for, say, 6 minutes? Is that? Why don't we do 10 minutes? 10 minutes for each side. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Secretary, do you want to lead off?
I take it that includes me, so I need to talk really fast.
Well, how much time do you need?
I think I'm going to try to keep it at 4, and I'll just talk as fast as I can, and I'll cut stuff out as I go through.
Okay, we'll start the timer afterwards. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Ruff, Senator Barker, we've got a lot of good workforce programs in Virginia, but they're decentralized and siloed, operate independently, and measure results differently, if at all. Workforce development is currently spread across 6 cabinet secretariats, 12-plus agencies, 35 different programs, portals, and sub-programs to compete with other competitive states and to attract business and grow businesses here. We need to change how we administer, deliver, and measure workforce development services in Virginia. 42 states have consolidated WIOA Titles I and Title III under one agency. 33 states have consolidated most key workforce development programs under one agency. We don't fall into either of those categories. We're proposing the creation of a new workforce agency by moving about a dozen key workforce agencies into this new agency and empowering it to create a comprehensive strategy for all workforce development programs across state government. The proposal is bipartisan. It's a bipartisan effort built upon the administration or the efforts of numerous previous administrations from both parties. The idea of workforce consolidation has been around and it's been attempted for 30 years. Workforce consolidation has been recommended twice by JLARC in 2002 and in 2015, and by the administrations of Governor Wilder, Governor Warner, Governor Kane, Governor McDonald, and most recently by the Northam administration's PMG report commissioned by Secretary Healy, issued in December of 2021. Having a centralized hub to drive workforce development is across state government is key. It'll enable us to centralize all workforce data, create a centralized single website for all workforce programs where we have over 40 different websites for workforce today, create a single point of management and accountability for both the legislative and executive branches, allow us to train to the top in-demand jobs by region, measure what we're doing and how successful what we're doing is, and establish metrics that track actual jobs filled, jobs retained, wages paid, to determine if family supporting and sustaining wages are being attained, as opposed to just measuring people trained. We'll be able to scale up programs that are working and identify and improve programs that aren't. And a couple of issues on the concerns over data analytics. We had a good conversation with Stephen Murray, used to be with VDP, and we decided to leave the Virginia Office of Educational Economics at VDP and propose only moving the data components to the new agency. By addressing concerns of the legislators and local school systems and others, we removed the transfer of adult education from the Department of Education to the Virginia Community College system and left Title II at the Department of Education. Some have said that the bill waters down registered apprenticeships. It does not. The bill simply moves registered apprenticeships in their entirety, the complete code section, with no policy changes at all to the new agency. The bill will not and we will not change or alter registered apprenticeships in any way, period. You all have the language before you in the amendment to the substitute that would codify this and protect the status quo for building and construction trades apprenticeships. The language is being proposed to address concerns raised by many of you and our friends in organized labor. The bill will not harm the VEC and will not gut the Virginia Employment Commission. The bill will actually do what numerous other states have done, and that's to bifurcate the workforce development systems and the UI systems so that each can actually get the focus that it needs. As I said, it's a bipartisan bill that has bipartisan support. Senators Ruff and Barker are the co-patrons. I've worked very closely with former Secretary Dyke, Jim Dyke, on this, and he proposed this type of consolidation in 1990. It has the support of numerous other state leaders from both parties. The bill is supported by a large coalition of diverse interests, as evidenced by the 55-plus businesses and organizations who signed on. The bill requires both interim and final reports on the consolidation. It requires that stakeholder groups be established, as mentioned, consisting of the impacted agencies, business, state agencies, organized labor, and other appropriate groups to give input on this. And we really want this input from them to make sure that we do this transition right. It's not a Republican bill or a Democrat bill. It's a bipartisan good government bill. It focuses on optimization, standardization, and consolidation to benefit hardworking Virginians who need better high-paying jobs and businesses who are in dire need of workers, and empowers us with the tools to more effectively and efficiently meet the needs that Virginia workers and businesses have. But it won't happen without bipartisan support and your support. The change is long overdue. I ask you to support the bill, not for me, not for the administration, not for the governor, but do it for the workers and the businesses that we all represent that desperately need better paying jobs and workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Before we get to other witnesses, I do have a few questions. Just to be clear, the way this bill is rewritten, I think Senator Barker mentioned that the adult continuing education is no longer part of the bill, and particularly high school degree completion courses remain under the Department of Education?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And then you said that there's a stakeholder group that includes representatives of organized labor that will report back to the General Assembly?
They can, yes, sir.
Is that part of the bill?
The stakeholder group is to provide input, advice, recommendations for the transition itself, both the initial moving the pieces in one place and then the ensuing activities that figure out how all of the pieces fit together and how we can optimize them. They're really kind of like 4 phases, but each of those phases will require input, and that's what we want. And I'm perfectly okay with that group providing a report back also.
Okay. Before we continue, are there members of the panel who have questions for the Secretary?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions on line 1449. We're giving considerable power, it seems, to the governor, to any of our governors. The governor may transfer any employee within the VCCS, the VEC, State Council, et cetera, from any agency or from any agency to another. If you could speak to what that might look like and why we're granting such broad powers to a governor to be able to do that. And then my second question, do we have any idea, as we go through this realignment process, how many state positions may be eliminated in that realignment? Do we have any idea at present what that might look like?
Yes, the answer to the first question, the answer to the second question is 0. We've made a commitment in this entire process that there will be no reduction in pay, no reduction in grade, no relocation outside of the commuting area, and no terminations or cutting of staff. This is not a staff reduction proposal. This is a workforce optimization proposal. Some duties may shift around, and we may need to train people instead of doing X to do Y, but it's to take what we have and the resources we have and the people we have and optimize what we're doing to help us create more jobs and to lure more people here. The answer to the first question, if Michael Mall is here, here is, it's more of a technical language that allows the moving of the pieces, but I'll turn it over to Michael, Director of DPD.
Senator Hashmi, basically our job is to implement whatever the General Assembly passes, and whether that language is in or something similar, it's kind of standard language that's been used in the past whenever you've been moving programs around, but you don't have that. It's very hard to move those things in transition into the budget and all the right places. All that's really doing is to allow the governor and likely directed to the Department of Planning and Budget to move the appropriate resources and people into the new agency consistent with however the General Assembly passes the legislation. And that is the whole intent. And certainly the Auditor of Public Accounts, the staff of the money committees, everybody will be watching to ensure that we're moving it the way that people expected. But until we actually get to see every piece, get to talk to the agencies, try to figure out how to use a scalpel to make sure that nobody's harmed and the agencies aren't harmed, it basically is giving us the power to move things between agencies because we don't have that power otherwise unless the General Assembly gives it to us.
Did you have any other questions at this time? Okay. Were there others up here with questions? If not, what we'll do is set the clock for 10 minutes for the proponents, and then we'll have 10 minutes from the other side. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Welcome. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jim Dyke, and I'm appearing here today as the former Secretary of Education for the Commonwealth under Governor Wilder. And as was mentioned earlier, 32 years ago, when there were only 2 secretariats impacted and 19 programs, we thought this was a great idea in order to consolidate, eliminate silos, and to have the fragmentation in our job training programs eliminated. It was a great way of building the pipeline for future workers. This bill is needed now. We've had 2 subsequent JLOC studies since then, and I think now is the time for us to act on this. I will be brief to say I think it must be bipartisan because this is reflective of creating a talent pipeline for the Commonwealth of Virginia. It also is built on the efforts of past administrations, Republicans and Democrats, who recognized that we needed to have a more effective and efficient system to prepare our workers for the future. So I would hope that you would support this bill, especially given the changes that were mentioned today and the fact that all the stakeholders will be involved in implementation. This is about structure. It's not about changing any of the plans or the policies in those particular agencies. Thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Welcome.
Copies of. Good afternoon, Chairman Evan, members of the committee. My name is Bill Leidy, and many of you may remember me as Chief of Staff to Governors Warner and Governors Kane. However, today I stand before you as a citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia, resident of the city of Richmond, and these are my own viewpoints. I was not asked to be here. I actually picked up the phone and called Secretary Slater and asked him if I could be of help because I believe that this is a very necessary bill. While you may not be able to gather it by looking at me, this is my 44th year of being involved with the General Assembly. In fact, I was in the room in 1978 when these workforce programs really started taking off and were funded by the federal government, and a lot of the federal programs in the early 70s that came to Virginia through the Appropriations Act. Delegate Bagley and Senator Willey had a great debate over the right location and the right way to structure these programs. Neither of those visions, I can tell you, were realized. In 2002, I was in the room with Governor Warner when Rolls-Royce said that they had great misgivings about Virginia's ability with its current workforce system to deliver a workforce for them. Governor Warner gave them assurances that we would, and we spent 2 years trying to fix and consolidate the workforce programs. We were not that successful. In 2007, I was with Governor Kane at the National Governors Association when the National Governors Association completed a 50-state report on how to structure workforce programs, and it concluded that there was no one silver bullet at that time in any state that could be looked at, but there were lots of individual programs that could be looked at. In 2019 and 21, I actually served as a senior advisor to the consultant that assisted the state of Virginia with crafting the workforce strategic plan for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I have some background in workforce, and I'm here today really for one reason only. I had 40 years to fix this, and I couldn't do it. This might be my last best chance to have a meaningful impact on making the workforce systems in Virginia work successfully, and I would urge you to support the bill.
Next, and remaining speakers, keep in mind we've got another 6 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Easter. I'm with Chamber RVA, the Regional Chamber of Commerce here in the Richmond area. I serve on the local workforce development board, and so I have a fair amount of involvement in this issue. And perhaps more important for trying to pose the issue to the committee, I serve on a local coalition called Workforce Coalition RVA, which is a joint effort of the community college system, the Workforce Development Board, the Office of Community Wealth Building in the city of Richmond, and various private industry folks. And we all sit around and we talk about what the priorities need to be for our region in terms of workforce development. And obviously, to be able to address that, you need data. And one of the things we want to try and do is get data, but each of those entities has its own computer system and its own data requirements, and they don't talk very well together. And so we on a regional level are having some of the same problems that the state needs to try and address, which is to get a coordinated system so that we really understand what the overall picture is. You know, people of good faith working to try and develop jobs and careers for people know what we're trying to do. But trying to get that data and trying to get it all in one place makes a lot of sense. And so that's why we very strongly support this bill. This is the Chamber's #1 priority, and we hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Hobie Bowen. I'm president of the Virginia Poultry Federation based in Harrisonburg. Our industry supports more than 15,000 jobs across the Commonwealth and has a lot of workforce needs. I also have served on the Virginia Board of Workforce Development for the last 8 years, starting under the McAuliffe administration. And I'm on the Performance Committee, and I've kind of had a bird's eye view of the system for that time, and I'm really excited about this opportunity. I'm not going to repeat anything because I think everything's been said that needs to about the efficiency and the focus that this will bring. And I think it's going to help people looking for jobs and the businesses across the Commonwealth. So I hope you'll support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Barry Butler, Director of Government Relations with the Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance, and we support this legislation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Brett Vassy, President and CEO of the Virginia Manufacturers Association. I also have served on the Board of Workforce Development for 21 years, served as Performance and Accountability Chair for 2 governors. I want to align my comments that we have participated in, we've studied this to death, we know this needs to be done, and I'll say in my private life, we actually run our own training institute and our own apprenticeship program, and this will be invaluable to helping to build the next manufacturing workforce and make Virginia competitive. We need to do this now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Eric Link, appearing on behalf of the Northern Virginia Technology Council. We support the legislation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, Emily Reynolds with Access Point Public Affairs. On behalf of the Greater Williamsburg Chamber and Prince William Chamber, we support this legislation. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Hi.
Hi, Julia Hammond on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, the National Federation of Independent Business, and the Virginia Assisted Living Association. We too support this legislation.
Afternoon, Brandon Robinson, Associated General Contractors of Virginia, and we also support this legislation.
Thanks. Are there speakers in Zoom waiting to speak on this bill in favor?
We have one speaker, Mr. Chair.
If they can unmute and begin their testimony.
Kyle McColgan, you may unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Evan, committee members. I'm Kyle McColgan here this afternoon on behalf of the Greater Washington Board of Trade to offer support for this legislation. It's no secret that workforce is one of the top issues facing our business community today, both large and small. And I'll just say that unlike some of the common issues we consistently hear from the business community, like access to capital, for instance, workforce is not something that can be solved overnight. Therefore, immediate action needs to be taken. And this legislation is a good step towards creating solutions that would help resolve these issues. I'll also say that having a single point of contact, a single agency, can make it easier for the Commonwealth to coordinate with neighboring communities on unique regional workforce needs and opportunities, which is certainly applicable to the Greater Washington region, where employers and the workforce operate across multiple state and locality borders. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there those in the room here today who'd like to speak in opposition to this legislation or have concerns? If we can reset the clock for, I think it was 10 minutes we had. Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Doris Krause-Mays, President of the Virginia AFL-CIO. And I'm going to be one of the first to admit that we do need to update this. We do need to have improvements and changes are needed in these processes and other areas of the agencies that are addressed in this bill. This is an ambitious piece of legislation that will reinvent the entire workforce here in the Commonwealth. Earlier, there were four things that we've been concerned with: the Title I, Title II, Title III, and the registered apprenticeship programs. I want to also say that I want to commend the Secretary and the staff for working with us in the last few days. I think if we had been meeting more, maybe before, that we could have been further along. We met in November, and then when we saw the bill, when it hit LIS, we met in January, and then we met today. In the labor movement, we're very accustomed to 11th hour contract negotiations, but as I told the Secretary, this is more like the 12th hour of contract negotiations. But I really do want to commend the Secretary for all of his work in working with us on this. So the question is not about do we need to do it, it's about how is it going to be executed and what are the details. You know, sometimes it's like flying, you're like 30,000 feet in the air and the view looks really great down below, but the further you get down there, might not look so well. So we just want to be sure of how this is going to be executed and everything like that. I will also say what I would ask is there is going to be a stakeholders put together. I would like for us just to kind of pause, get the stakeholders all together that we're talking about in this bill, and come together and have something jointly that we can bring before you all. I think we have an opportunity to talk to other states and get the best practices. 33 states, yes, may have done, have done this, but I want to know what works and I want to know what don't work. And they've been doing it, so I think we can learn a lot from them. But again, I want to thank you, and I also want to thank the Secretary.
Next, come forward.
Mr. Chair, committee, thank you for having me. Jason Parker, Virginia State Building Construction Trades Council. I'd like to thank Brian, Anthony, and George for the work they've done on this. But as Doris said, we've had very little runway to take this plane off. And the fact of the matter is there's still things to discuss. I'm still getting information from our internationals. And it's a shame we don't have more time. And I think that if we could just take the time, we can make something that Virginia needs. And I hear all these people talk about this is the moment now and all these other things. But, I mean, what we number 50 state for business or something? I don't understand that. So I feel like we have the time to make sure we get it right and that all stakeholders have everything they need out of it that can be found and make a construct we can be proud of. And that's all I've really got to say about it, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Chairman, committee members, Secretary Slater, my name is Lou Spencer. I'm the Assistant Business Manager of United Association Local 5 Plumbers and Gas Fitters. We operate throughout Northern Virginia and elsewhere. Thank you for all the hard work on SB 1470 by Senator Ruff. We have made tremendous progress on SB 1470 and its companion HB 2195 on workforce development in the past few hours and the past few days. I recommend we continue the discussion. Let's protect self-funded apprenticeships, medical plans, and retirement savings plans. My local union and our signatory contractors have been engaged in workforce development for over 130 years. We build and maintain some of the finest facilities and buildings throughout greater Northern Virginia. Currently, we are 97% employed, and we're actively recruiting plumbers and apprentices throughout the area. Let's give labor a couple of seats on the table. At the table, let's protect the self-funded apprenticeship programs, and let's bring all stakeholders together and get this right the first time. Working together, we can build a better Commonwealth. Let's make Virginia #1 in business, #1 in workforce advancement, and improve the quality of life of all Virginians. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone waiting in Zoom to speak on this particular bill who has not spoken?
Those in Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no more speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We now have the bill before us. Are there comments from members of the committee or motions?
Mr. Chairman.
The motion would be to re-refer to finance.
Mr. Chairman, that would be my motion. I'd also like to thank the patrons. Oftentimes down here, perfect is the enemy of good, and I think there's a willingness to address the issues that just came up from labor as the process moves along to finance and some of those. Mr. Secretary, thank you for all your hard work in workforce development. I know all of us on the dais have been actively trying to figure out what that solution matrix looks like, and I know you got two great patrons that'll continue that work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I make the motion to move the bill and re-report to finance.
Okay, so we have a motion, and Senator Mason and Senator McPike, I think, had comments.
Oh, you
go first.
Speaking of the motion, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that that's like the best no votes or testimony against the bill I've ever heard. And so I want to thank the organizations for the approach and for the understanding and the awareness that there's more work to be done. Mr. Secretary, I know that everything that I've asked you to address, you've looked at to this point, and I hope we understand that we still got miles to go before we sleep. But thank you and your team. Thank the organizations for working. Let's keep working. And this is a mammoth undertaking. I think everyone's aware, but I appreciate the way that you've approached it to this point, and hopefully we'll continue to approach it in such a manner for the next month or so. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, Senator Ruff.
To expand on what Senator Mason said, this won't go into effect for a year. This work group will be working, and it will include every party that's involved. And so it can get the kinks out in the next 12 months, 15, 18 months.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McPike, did you have comments?
Yeah, I did. Briefly, Mr. Chairman, likewise to echo some of the comments from Senator Mason and serving on the Workforce Development Board, this is an entirely complex area. I bit off more than I knew I was getting into. And serving on the different subcommittees, it is a beast. It needs a lot of work and effort, and to commend Secretary Slater on his work, and I think sincere dedication to it, as well as bringing in stakeholders. I'm going to probably put an R36 just so I get a chance to read through the substitute. I think it's gotten a lot better, and I appreciate your work because I've seen you travel in the halls all day long for the last month to try to get this to a place where people are comfortable seeing the number of different moving parts. And so I guess the other component, Mr. Chairman, following up with Secretary Slater, is when we met 2 months ago, as you're developing the final, you didn't have a bill yet, but I had asked that once the parties agree anything but technical amendments would be the only thing in terms of coming back from the governor on this. And I see your head nodding, so I'm just to reaffirm, if you could, because it's an important aspect to, I think, a lot of the parties that have been working through and developing the right language that people can be comfortable with.
Mr. Chairman, yes. I've gotten assurances and commitments have been made to me, and honestly, I've been left alone a lot to do what is right, and that we full well realize that, and see if I can put this in the right way. I don't want to use the words I don't want to use, but if we mess with this bill, if the third floor or the fourth floor messes with this bill, it'll kill it. And that is not what we want to do. This is a bipartisan bill. We all want to get to yes to make this work, and we're all committed. The administration is committed, the governor's committed, I'm committed, policy team is committed. We're all committed to getting this to yes and making it work and not playing any games with it. And that's the commitment I make to you and to all the members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Slater.
Thank you for that commitment, Mr. Secretary. I'm impressed with the amount of work that's gone into the bill, but also hear the concerns from Ms. Kraus-Mays, Mr. Parker, and Mr. Spencer, and encourage you to involve them, not just in the stakeholders group in the next year or year plus, but also as this bill develops, so that when it comes back from the other side, that we can hopefully have even more support. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Hashmi.
May I just make some comments?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Secretary Slater for walking me through this morning with all of the changes that are in the new draft, and also for ensuring that we heard from a variety of stakeholders. So when I was a no on the bill in the original format because of the concerns on many issues, but it seems like most of those have been addressed. I do want to take a few days to digest the new substitute and take a look at it, so I will be abstaining today. But one thing I would encourage us continuing to do is to make sure that we keep those nuances and those distinctions between education and workforce. We have a rather broad definition of workforce development here. It means publicly funded education, training, et cetera, in that. And clearly, there's alignment with what we're doing with education and in workforce development. But we also want to make sure that when we're thinking about programs such as internship, that the focus is on the student, on their ability and what they're going to gain from the internship program, not necessarily from the lens of the employer. And so I think having that distinction between education and workforce training is something we need to really carefully define. And as far as education and our students are concerned, that the focus remains on the student in that process. So thank you to everybody who has worked so hard on this particular legislation.
So we had a motion to, I believe, to report the and re-refer the substitute as amended. Unless there's further comments, we'll vote on the voting board members will indicate their preference.
Ayes 11, no 0, 4 abstentions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I believe that Senator Stewart had a number of people waiting to speak on his bill on deregulation of certain professions, SB 1480. What?
Somebody left their iPad. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senate Bill 1480. Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, there was a JLOC study done that said there were... You may wait? All right. Monty says wait. I'm going to wait. If that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but why don't you continue?
Ready. Mr. Chairman, several years ago, there was a JLOC study done addressing professions that were regulated that perhaps maybe we shouldn't regulate because they didn't have a direct impact on health, welfare, and safety. And as a result of that, the agency asked me to carry this bill to deregulate a number of professions, those of which are landscape architects, interior designers, residential building energy analysts, backflow prevention device workers, auctioneers, geologists, and boxing, wrestling, and martial arts event. And so, Mr. Chairman, as naive as I am, I had already had 25 bills. I really wasn't looking for another one. The agency said, would you mind to carry this? I said, sure, that looks like a good bill. Sounds good to me. I don't want to be regulated. I don't think anybody else does. And boy, was I wrong. So I think everybody in Richmond now opposes it. I'm just kidding, Mr. Chairman. But I think there are many people here who do not like this bill. I do think it is a good idea personally, and I'm not sure why people don't want to be regulated, but apparently many people would like to be regulated. But that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. There may be somebody from the agency here to speak to it as well, and I can try to answer questions.
Is there an agency representative? Otherwise, we'll move on to testimony. Yeah, please come forward and introduce yourself and tell us about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mitch Mellis, Agency Director for DPOR. As you all know, the Department of Professional Occupational Regulation is one of several state agencies administering professional and occupational licensing in the Commonwealth as authorized and expressly requested by the General Assembly. The lack of substantive regulatory reviews has resulted in a compounding, duplicative, and outdated regulatory program scheme, often at DPOR. Sunset processes, which allow policymakers to review occupational licensing programs to determine whether they should be continued, have been recognized and implemented as best practice across the country. While Virginia does not have a sunset provision for its licensing programs, the bill is in essence just that. A selection of regulatory programs we are proposing which do not meet the Virginia statutory requirement that regulation of an occupation must be necessary for the protection or preservation of the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Of particular note is the Code Section 54-100 that necessitates that the harm must be recognizable and not remote or dependent on tenuous argument. I can briefly touch on, Mr. Chair, the particular occupations if you would like. I'm happy to
Why don't you briefly do that? Just outline them.
Absolutely. Volunteer certified interior designer. Volunteer certification essentially is a title protection. Nothing in the code precludes anyone from carrying out the functions of an interior designer. Volunteer certified professional geologist. Same thing. There is a title protection. It is voluntary, and nothing in the code precludes anyone from engaging in that service. For both those occupations, there are national certifications that an individual can obtain so that a consumer or a business can ensure that the person that they're hiring has the requisite training. Again, they are voluntary certifications currently with DPOR. Mentioning those two, we've had voluntary certified interior designer, 3 complaints in the last 2 years. Certified geologist, we have had 0 in the last 2 years. The backflow prevention device worker certification, these are individuals who exclusively test and may do minor maintenance and repairs to devices intended to prevent the backflow of materials into potable water. These are individuals who are only permitted to test, certify, and maintain, not take them offline. They are not permitted to install, remove, or replace. Installation, repair, or maintenance of backflow prevention devices must be completed by an individual licensed plumber, a licensed fire sprinkler contractor, or a landscape irrigation contractor, which will remain intact. Much like natural gas fitters, they test their own natural gas installations. Equally, we would propose that either a plumber or any of the occupations that can install should be able to test those devices. There is also a national certification for that as well if a plumber wishes to get additional training. Residential energy analysts, there are 0 complaints in the last 2 years and also 0 complaints for backflow prevention device workers. Residential building energy analysts are individuals who evaluate the energy consumption of buildings and make recommendations to improve efficiency. There are existing national certifications in energy auditing. Auctioneers, there are 13 complaints. These are usually civil in nature, for which DPOR does not typically have any jurisdiction or authority. Auctioneers, this licensure only covers traditional in-person or live auctions. Charity auctions are actually exempt from licensure, so they're not needed for, a license is not needed for those. The auction industry has undergone dramatic changes as online auctions have prevailed, particularly since the advent of eBay. In-person or live auctions are in significant decline, and when they do exist, electronic methods of contracts and payments allow for various modes of consumer protection. And finally, but certainly not least, boxing, wrestling, and martial arts. We've had 4 complaints in the last 2 years. Boxing, wrestling, and martial arts is a form of sports entertainment, I would say far from an occupation or a profession, and dare I say before this committee, gaming of some sort. The protection of health and safety is not of the general public. It is up to consenting parties who wish to engage in that sport. WWE wrestling remains regulated in Virginia despite admissions by the WWE for many years that it is solely entertainment. I was disappointed to find that out myself. The bill does include the requisite language to ensure that boxing, which has some federal requirements, remains, and so that boxing competitions could continue to come, and that commission would remain intact.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for elaborating. Okay, so we're going to take some testimony from the public. If you're here to speak for or against this bill, just raise your hand first so we can get a sense. Okay, so why don't we do 6 minutes per side. If you're here for this bill, if you support the legislation, come to the microphone first and line up and introduce yourself if you're for the bill. Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Anthony Reedy, Deputy Secretary of Labor. We appreciate Senator Stewart and Director Mellis bringing forth this legislation, in the effort to make Virginia the best state, continue keeping Virginia as the best state for business and making sure that we have an adequate supply of workers out there in the industries. We have taken a look at several different industries to see where we can streamline and make getting people into the professions and into the industry a little bit easier. So we think this is a step in that direction and appreciate the consideration today.
Thank you. Okay, so those who have an opposing view to this legislation, please come forward, line up, and identify yourself, and try not to, if you like what the speakers ahead of you have said and just want to identify yourself, that's fine too, because we're going to try and accomplish this in short order, but why don't you go ahead?
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
Wait. Okay, and we can start the clock.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Mosley. I am a certified interior designer in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am asking you to oppose Senate Bill 1480. I have a Bachelor of Science in Interior Design and have been practicing in the profession of commercial interior design for over 28 years. Regulating interior design is good for the economy. This voluntary certification program for CIDs establishes the least restrictive means necessary to protect the public's well-being, which maintains the appropriate amount of government oversight that allows our Virginia economy to stay strong and safe for consumers. When CIDs have this legal recognition, it increases consumer choice among design professionals, speeds up projects, thus reducing client costs, and supports small, women-owned businesses, all of which reduces bureaucracy. I lead the healthcare interior design team for my firm, HDR, which holds multiple government contracts requiring CID for the IRS, Pentagon, Customs Border Patrol, as well as major private Fortune 500 corporate clients headquartered in Virginia. Maintaining certification of interior designers allows me and other practitioners to build on these government contracts and bid on these government contracts, which increases their their individual economic outlook and bolsters the economy generally. Regulating interior design also incentivizes students and young professionals to stay and work in the Commonwealth. Virginia has 2 of the top interior design undergraduate programs in the country: Virginia Commonwealth University right here in Richmond and Virginia Tech in Blacksburg. Deregulating their profession may cause students and recent grads to look elsewhere for work, namely North Carolina, which just expanded practice rights for qualified interior designers. Keeping Virginia competitive means maintaining interior design certification and incentivizing students and young professionals to work here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you. We have a limited time, so if you could conclude.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Smiley, and I'm testifying on behalf of the American Association of Interior Designers and the International Interior Design Association. Right now, anybody in Virginia can call themselves an interior designer. You watch a lot of HGTV, you love it, you can call yourself an interior designer. This bill won't change that. However, there are about 450 to 500, mostly women, small business owners who are CID, Certified Interior Designers. This bill passes, we're going to severely hamper their ability to compete on things like federal contracts. Now, if you are Joe Schmo, you want to go hire somebody to take out a wall in your kitchen, we're not going to be able to, as CIDs, to stamp and seal those plans. You're going to have to hire an architect or you're going to have to hire an engineer. It's going to be more expensive for consumers. It's going to be harmful to small businesses in Virginia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Chris Pomeroy, and I'm representing the Virginia Municipal Drinking Water Association, which is comprised of 40 of the largest water providers in the Commonwealth. And we're opposed to a particular provision of the bill that's repeal of the backflow prevention device worker certification. This is a particular piece of apparatus in buildings that protect the public water supply. So perhaps uniquely is one element that does have a health and safety function. DPOR provides an excellent service. Before DPOR provided this certification, it was locality by locality. The bill would not deregulate in this sector, but instead cause a re-regulation or reversion back to a locality by locality system that's very inefficient for local government, the utilities, and the regulated individuals who perform the work. We oppose for those reasons.
Thank you. We've got about 2 minutes remaining, so brevity would be welcomed.
Dan Malloy, President of the American Backflow Association, Virginia chapter, local business person, and a DPO certified backflow assembly worker. I have to agree as far as the health and safety, and I also want to be very clear. As a small business owner, we represent and deal with large box retailers. If it changes, we need to now go to 60 localities and get certified in 60 locations to take care of that large box retailer. It's anti-business and anti-health and welfare. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is John Nichols. I own and operate Nichols Auction Marketing Group, headquartered in Fredericksburg with offices all across the Commonwealth. Unlike a lot of the occupations mentioned in this bill, the auctioneers in the Commonwealth regularly, yearly, and there's over 900 of us that are licensed, hold hundreds of millions of dollars of your constituents' money in escrow in our bank accounts and things of that nature. It is a lot of the elderly that we deal with, which we know elder care law is skyrocketing because of the abuse and because of the way elderly folks are being taken advantage of. We don't want, we would even welcome regulation on online auctions. Triple our licenses and do it yearly to make it well worth the Commonwealth's time. But the fiduciary relationship we have and the absolute danger that it will be to the Commonwealth and the people of the Commonwealth is pretty paramount. And for that reason, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just concur with what Mr. Nichols said. I'm Tony Wilson, Wilson Auction Company in Orange County, Virginia. Helping people is what we do. We hold a lot of their money, and since I do believe that it will be a lot of unintended consequences of this bill if it goes through, I sincerely ask that it's removed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Preston Bryan on behalf of the Virginia Water and Waste Authorities Association. And as Mr. Pomeroy stated, for the reasons regarding the backflow prevention devices, we oppose that provision of the bill.
Thank you. We're out of time, so I'm going to ask people just to identify themselves and their opposition.
John Pollard, I'm a geologist. I routinely evaluate groundwater contamination to see if it will impact drinking water wells, so there's a direct effect on human health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Patrick Cushing on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies, we oppose the delicensing of geologists. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Skip Watts. I've taught geology applied to engineering for over 40 years at Virginia Tech and at Radford University. geologists do far more than I think most people realize, and I would recommend that you Google online the American Geosciences Institute to read about geoscience for America's critical needs. It's very important to health and safety. Landslides are a big aspect of that. I'm opposed to this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Landis. I'm a professional geologist and a professional engineer. I rely on geologists. I'm currently the engineer of record for Cobbs Creek Regional Water Supply Reservoir for 50 years of water supply for this community. And I relied on those geologists to provide me proper information so that we have a safe dam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. I am Wendy Grimm. I am Vice President of the Virginia Auctioneers Association and auctioneer with Daniel Auction Service, and we adamantly oppose the deregulation of auctioneers.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Josh Puffenbarger, and I'm the chairman of the board for the Virginia Auctioneers Association. On behalf of all of our members, we strongly oppose this bill, and if nothing else, we ask that the word auctioneers and the auction law be struck from this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you. Committee members, thank you. Lou Spencer, Plumbers and Gasfitters Local Union Number 5. For all the reasons stated, we are concerned about the backflow device worker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, I'm Charles Nichols. I have been in the auction profession for 55 years. I have been regulated before the bill even got put into effect. I've been regulated for 55 years, and I welcome that being regulated, and I oppose the bill.
Thank you. Okay, we have the bill before us, having heard testimony and from the public. Are there people waiting in Zoom also?
Mr. Chairman, we have a few speakers on Zoom.
Okay, I would just tell the speakers in Zoom they're going to have to just identify themselves and state their opposition or support, because we're going to have to move on briefly, so they can be very brief.
Stephen LaRaviere, will you please unmute your mic and give your testimony? Matthew Baruch, you'll be next.
My name is Stephen LaRaviere. I'm an auctioneer in Galax, Virginia, and I oppose this bill. Passage of it will require a lot more regulation and red tape for auctioneers to proceed through.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Matthew Baruch with the Council for Interior Design Qualification. We administer the NCIDQ exam. We are opposed to the bill. Interior design does affect health, safety, and welfare, and the NCIDQ exam alone is not good enough, is not sufficient to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Mayhew, please unmute your mic and give your testimony. Jared Hines, you will be next.
Yes, Chris Mayhew, President of Backflow Services Incorporated, vehemently opposed the Senate bill, and I would refer to Virginia Department of Health Regulation 590-600, effective 1 January of 23. It is required that all backflow testers be state certified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does that complete our Zoom testimony, or are there others?
Oh, we still have two speakers, Mr. Chairman. Jared Hines, please unmute your mic and give your testimony. Winifred Isget, you will be next.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. This is Jared Hines. As a fifth-generation auctioneer, feel that this bill is very misguided. We would welcome additional regulation toward the online auctioneers of our state. As fiduciaries of millions of dollars in assets annually, we feel that this is a very irresponsible bill and ask that you please vote no against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move to PBI.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to PBI, the legislation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just wanted, if the senator wanted to give a rebuttal to the cholera, the dams breaking, the elder theft, the walls collapsing caused by your bill.
Things ain't going to do it. I know. These are barriers, and it's an unnecessary barrier, but I get it. These folks are in this business. They don't want other people coming
Well,
in this business. And
Some
that's
might say the
way
question
it's
is
gonna
whether,
be.
some might say, Senator, the question is whether it would be too easy to get into those businesses
that could be
if
it.
there are matters that could affect the public safety or other matters. Okay, so there's a motion. Yes.
Could the director of DPOR just respond to something?
Yes.
You sure he wants to?
I do. I just want to give some context. This isn't an out of nowhere. I'd like for the committee to know, I'm sure I'll be before you next year as well, that as a result of a 2017 occupational licensing consortium that the U.S. Department of Labor had, 16 states have gotten together under the National Council of State Legislatures and the National Governors Association. There is a huge collection of states that are looking at best practices, public policy, and figuring occupational licensing out. 2 more points. DPOR is here to protect the public. And I must make the point that what we often don't hear from in these situations is the public who says whether or not they want to have to hire somebody who's regulated. We typically hear from the industry who wants to maintain the regulation of their industry. And I just think those are 2 important points. DPOR is committed to protecting the public, and safety will never be reduced when we can know and understand that safety is at risk. We will maintain regulation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we had a motion to PBI SB 1480. Members will indicate their preference on the electronic
Thanks,
voting
Frank.
system.
No.
Ayes 14, noes 1.
Okay. Senator McClellan has been patiently waiting. Senator, what's your bill number?
I have 2. The first one is Senate Bill 1384.
Okay, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 1384.
There is a substitute that I believe brings peace to the valley.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor of adopting it will signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed can say nay. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, what the bill is trying to get at is where you have housing authorities that put restrictions in place on pet ownership that are more onerous than the zoning regulations of that locality. It basically puts low-income individuals or individuals who need that public housing at a disadvantage in finding housing, and I will spare you all of the studies on the benefit of pets, but that is what the bill is trying to get at. And so what the substitute does is, rather than prohibiting authorities from imposing additional restrictions, it basically says that the authority will permit tenants to own pets within certain applicable state and federal regulations, et cetera, et cetera. This was a compromise worked out between the stakeholders on the pro-pet side and the housing authorities, and I do not believe there is any opposition to the bill at this time.
Is there anyone in the room who's opposed to 1384? Please come forward to state your opposition or concerns.
All right, well, that didn't get to me. Go ahead.
But they're going to pass it anyway. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Tyler Craddock, representing VOCTA, the housing authorities. Yes, everything else, all the other issues we had, but the weight limit, we got worked out, right? So our folks even agreed no breed restrictions. We worked out some language on some of the things like carrying liability, spaying and neutering, all that fun stuff. All that worked out. The one thing that we had wanted that we didn't get, and that our folks still wanted to insist on and asked to consider was some form of weight restriction. We asked for about 35 pounds, with the idea that regardless of breed, right, some dwelling units aren't compatible with a large dog of any breed or a large animal of any breed. So that was our one ask, but we know this is a process that it has to go through, and so we're willing to have that. Can you have that conversation on that one? All the other, we dropped the breed restrictions.
Okay.
We will have that conversation between now and the floor, but, if someone's cat gets too fat, I don't want them to get evicted.
Okay. There was a motion and a second to report the amendment in nature substitute for 1384, notwithstanding the testimony. All in favor will vote yes on the electronic voting system.
It's an interesting vote. Okay.
Ayes 8, noes 4, 2 abstentions.
Okay.
All right. This one is 1460, Senate Bill 1460 is a recommendation of the Virginia Conflict of Interest and Ethics Advisory Council that does two things. It basically adds appointed school board members to the list of people who have to have the required ethics training. Elected school board members have to have that training, and yet a fluke of the code, appointed school board members didn't, so it fixes that. And it makes consistent changes that were made in the code a few years ago to have your annual filing be on February 1st rather than January 15th. There were some covered employees who weren't included in that amendment a few years ago, and so this fixes that.
And this basically sees that there's a training module that they are required to complete?
That already exists. So
okay.
It right now, elected school board members who have the exact same duties and functions under the Conflict of Interest Act have to have the training, but appointed school board members don't. So it would just be the same training module that the elected school board members use. The appointed ones could use as well.
Okay. Are there questions for Senator McClellan? Are there anyone in the room who would like to speak?
I would just say you will notice the very unusual, this is a McClellan-Normant bill.
The McClellan-Norman combo.
Yes.
Okay.
The first and probably last ever.
This is a very important piece of legislation.
Exactly.
Okay. So are there members of the public who'd like to speak against this legislation here in the room today? Anyone against this? Okay. Anyone who feels compelled to speak for it?
Move to report.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second to report SB 1460. People will indicate their preferences in the electronic voting system. Okay.
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay, next we have, is that your last bill?
Yes.
Senator Locke. Remember me when I want to bring my pet to the congressional dining room. Excellent. I'll find a Great Dane. Senator Locke.
Thank you. I have Senate Bill 1497. And this has to do with FOIA exclusion for the Fort Monroe Authority. Briefly, in addition to protecting and providing public access to the historic resources at Fort Monroe, it is the declared policy of the Commonwealth to maintain Fort Monroe in perpetuity as a place that is a desirable one in which to reside, do business, and visit, all in a way that is economically sustainable. As a part of the BRAC process and as contemplated by the FMA Act, and in an effort to ensure the success of the intended revitalization efforts, FMA undertook a multi-year process involving all relevant stakeholders, importantly including the public, to develop and adopt a master plan that identifies the long-term vision for the reuse of Fort Monroe, key implementation projects, and a detailed implementation strategy for attracting new uses and investment. In order for Fort Monroe to be successful in implementing the master plan and revitalizing the fort in a way that is economically sustainable, FMA must be able to attract private parties to enter into commercially reasonable agreements for development projects. It is not uncommon in traditional development projects for a developer or its entities to be required by the terms of the agreements to deliver to a landlord on a periodic basis financial statements, balance sheets, and similar private information for the purposes of validating the creditworthiness of the developer parties. However, on account of Fort Monroe's status as a public body, subject to the requirements of FOIA, any such private financial statements and balance sheets of the developer, when delivered to Fort Monroe, to the Fort Monroe Authority, may become subject to disclosure under a FOIA request. This reality is making it difficult for the Fort Monroe Authority to enter into commercially standard real estate development agreements on account of the developer's reticence to provide personally sensitive and private financial information to the Fort Monroe Authority due to the possibility of disclosure, which brings me to this legislation.
I understand you have a line amendment, is that correct?
Yes, I'm going to get.
Okay, continue your presentation.
I'm going to get to the line amendment. Okay. So what the legislation does is it excludes from mandatory disclosure under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act trade secrets, proprietary information, or financial information supplied by an individual or a private or non-governmental entity to the Fort Monroe Authority for the purpose of complying with the obligations of any lease, easement, license, permit, or other agreement, whether of a commercial or residential nature, pertaining to the use of or occupancy of any portion of Fort Monroe. The bill provides that in order for such trade secrets, proprietary information, or financial information to be excluded, the applicant shall invoke this exclusion upon submission of the data or other materials for which protection from disclosure is sought, identify with specificity the data or other materials for which protection is being sought, and state the reasons why protection is necessary. And I do have one line amendment. Well, actually, it's just basically 2 words. On line 329, after residential, insert real estate.
Okay, so the line amendment is on line 329. All in favor of adopting it will signify by saying aye. Is there a second to that? Second. Okay. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So is that was the total to the amendment, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now the bill is before us. Are there those here who would like to speak against this bill? Those who would like to speak for this bill? Yeah, Glenn, would you like to just, is there anything else you want to fill us in on?
Mr. Chairman, members, the Senator's done a great job. This is a necessary effort for us as we operate as a real estate company for the Commonwealth. So appreciate your support for the bill.
Okay, and I heard a motion to report and a second. All in favor will signify their intention on the electronic voting board.
Ayes 13, no 0, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And was that complete your legislation, Senator? I believe that's all you had today? Okay. Are there other members of the committee waiting with legislation? Senator, let's start with our new Senator Rouse, and we'll just work our way down towards the center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I have Bill 1503 in front of you today, and there is an amendment to that.
Okay, so why don't we first take up the line amendment?
The amendment.
Motion and a second to adopt the line amendment. All in favor will substitute. Amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, do you want to explain the bill as it's now been revised?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment basically just makes sure we add all the stakeholders in this group to be represented, and that was the line amendment.
Okay, and you can describe the bill as a whole now.
Yeah. So this bill as a whole, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill as a whole, SB 1503, establishes the Social Work Advisory Board to advise the governor on efforts to improve the social work profession in Virginia. I'll just read a couple bullet points because I know we've been here quite some time. Social workers are on the front lines and behind the scenes serving and helping people each and every day. Social workers help address and solve social issues and are the backbones of holding together the social safety net programs in areas that include health assistance, nutrition assistance, cash assistance, shelter assistance, and social insurance. Mr. Chair, overall, the employment of social workers is projected to grow 9%, by 9% from 2021 to 2031, faster than the average for all occupations. That is from a statistic from the United States Bureau of Labor, dating 2022. Mr. Chair, I would submit to this body and board that this is a much-needed advisory board, because we understand all the issues that our society is facing today, not only through housing, through shelter, the cash assistance, the mental health aspects that are the foundation for a lot of these programs. Our social workers are on the front lines in each and every day, so this just sets us an advisory board.
Okay, were there members of the public who wanted to speak against this legislation here in the room today?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Erin Barrett on behalf of DHP and the Board of Social Work. The administration opposes this bill. The advisory board is dropped into the code of DHP, specifically into the Board of Social Work code. DHP and the board are a special fund agency. This does have a fiscal impact. We would have to hire another full-time employee to cover this, to work for the Board of Social Work. That cost would ultimately be passed on to licensees of the Board of Social Work in the form of license and fee renewals. The Board of Social Work itself does a significant amount of the type of work that's described in the bill. I think that it would be possible that this could be put in another location, but it is not clear why it is put with the Board of Social Work or what the advisory board is advising when it's within DHP. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Mason.
Where would you like it to live, ma'am?
I don't have an opinion on that, sir.
Well, wait, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mason.
Didn't you just say that it's possible it could be in another place that would work better than where it is?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes. Somewhere where licensed social workers do not have to fund it themselves.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Mason.
Just one more shot at, and where would you, in your professional expertise, suggest that that would be? Because I really don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I do not know either. It appears to be an advisory board to the governor. I think there are other advisory boards that have been created by statute, but I'm not familiar with them. I know that they are not with my agency, though.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves.
Just a quick comment before you disappear. Ma'am, I know myself and Senator Mason worked really hard a few years ago to fix foster care. And those social workers that deal in foster care, I think we were short almost 90 some odd foster care social workers. And we've tried to backfill for that. But there really wasn't anything in place for them to complain to anybody about the conditions to which they were working under, the stress, or anything. What do we do for those people? Where do they go now? Can you tell me what happens?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I am not clear if you're asking about complaints against the foster care system that the licensed social workers were working within.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Reeves.
Ma'am, what I'm telling you is you have employees out there that the work environment and the pay they were getting, everything else was grinding on them, and your attrition rate was so high that we had 90 vacancies in the state, which helped collapse our foster care system. I think what the senator is trying to do is let them have a voice, and I would agree with my colleague from James City that we need to do something. So where do we park it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Reeves, the Board of Social Work and the Department of Health Professions specifically license and regulate professionals in the healthcare field, not who they are employed by. I believe there are a number of other agencies that may touch on those. I do not know those other agencies' scopes. Potentially the Department of Social Services, there could be other agencies that would be better suited to address those concerns. DHP does not have that kind of jurisdiction, though.
Mr. Chairman. I think earlier the question was asked, where do such advisory boards that report to the governor and guide the governor reside? And I believe that's under the Secretary of the Commonwealth. And so I would offer a friendly amendment that if we move forward with this structuring of a social work advisory board, that we place it under the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Bell.
I don't disagree. That might be the right place to put it. What I would offer is that we refer this to finance because I don't think there is a fiscal impact, and that would give us a little bit more time to research this and try to make sure we have the right landing spot where we could hopefully eliminate fiscal impact.
Okay, so that was a motion to report and refer to finance. Was there a second to that motion? Second. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McPike.
So just speaking, quick question to the patron before we take a vote. Line 55 of your substitute, the two words after educational on line 55,
Media outreach.
Yeah, does that include, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, does that include TikTok?
Senator McPike, no.
Okay.
All right, just checking.
Okay, we have a motion. We heard some opposition. Was there anyone in support of the bill here today? Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Mindy Carlin with the Virginia Association of Community-Based Providers. So we represent the providers of behavioral health across Virginia that employ social workers. And while I can't speak to where this type of advisory board may best be situated in the Commonwealth, I can actually absolutely speak to the importance of having one, and we strongly support that and thank the senator and those on the committee for helping to figure that out as we move through the process. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Stewart, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman, I did have a question. Senator, is this your first bill?
No.
Look, just because he's a football player, he doesn't get off the hook.
For this body, yes.
Well, then maybe we have some more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have another question, Senator Stewart?
Does he support daylight saving time?
Mr. Chairman.
Please continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves.
Senator Rouse. Line 23, the eighth word there, I just wonder if Senator Stewart would qualify for that under this bill.
Word being geriatric.
Senator, I would say how I'm feeling right now, I think I would qualify for that as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart?
I'm wondering if the senator can tell me on 31, 32, and 33 of his bill, you have to, a member of this has to be a faculty member of a college or university in the Commonwealth that is accredited by the Council on Social Work Education. Can you tell me which colleges qualify for that? The best I can come up with.
Yeah, I'll phone a friend.
Longwood.
There's Longwood, there's Virginia Tech, there's JMU, there's Church. You know, I retract that last name.
Okay. We're going to wind this debate up in a moment.
Mr. Chairman, I have only one comment. You all are being way too easy on him. You hazed me mercilessly and others, and
well, generally we do that on the floor, but if you want to, well, that's fair. Okay.
We can. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we forego any hazing on the floor.
We did pass some anti-hazing legislation, and come to think of it. Okay. So there was a motion to report and refer to finance. All in favor will indicate their preference on the electronic voting system.
Ayes 13, noes 1.
Okay. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one more bill.
Please proceed. What number is that?
SB 1545. Yes, Mr. Chairman. This bill is an effort to protect all of our federal workers, and just in case there is a partial shutdown of the government, I have an amendment here. I have an amendment here that speaks directly to that.
Okay, there's a motion, a second, to adopt a line amendment. Is that correct, or an amendment in the nature of a substitute? Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All in favor will say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment, just give a bit of a background. Actually, come to find out this bill was enacted during the beginning of the pandemic, and after the original Section 1, this bill was created from Code Section 44209. That's still in effect today. And so, but being that the uncertainty of what the federal level will do in case of partial shutdowns funding certain federal agencies and not others, this will protect those employees as well. So there had to be a line amendment on line 10. Basically says closure of the United States government means a closure of one or more agencies of the United States federal government instead of just the United States federal government.
Okay. So we have that before us. Are there questions for Senator Rouse?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but maybe a follow-up statement.
Senator McPike.
So this is as you probably remember, we worked on this legislation. I think we did an emergency enactment of this when the bill section, I carried it when it first enacted in 19 that the federal government shut down. I think what the senator is getting at is important, which is at the times where they're defunding certain portions of the government, but still funding other portions. And I think the original defined legislation was more broader of a broader government shutdown. And I think that is probably pretty timely to make sure that there's not a domino effect, especially to so many different parts of the Commonwealth that have federal government agencies. We can't anticipate, but I think it's good to have on the books to make sure that there are at least backstop provisions in place that can help folks that are impacted by sort of this narrow gap closure if it should occur.
Thank you, Senator McPike, for that eloquent explanation.
Are there anyone in the room who'd like to speak for this legislation? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Christy Merrill with the Virginia Poverty Law Center. I want to thank Senator Rouse for working with us on the substitute and Senator McPike for so perfectly describing what the intent of the substitute is, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room want to speak on this? Is there anyone waiting on Zoom to speak on this particular bill, SB 1545?
Those in Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Motions are in order or discussion?
Move to report.
There's a motion and a second to report SB 1545 as the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor will vote aye.
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and then we're moving down to Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. This is SB 934, and it is addressing the critical need that we have to make sure that we are providing opportunities for our state employees to achieve telework and to define the telework goals of the Commonwealth. Just as a little bit of history now, I know some of you may actually have been here. I'm not going to call anyone geriatric at this point, but some of you may have been here in the General Assembly in 2004, and you may recall that in 2004 there was a bipartisan effort to expand telework opportunities throughout the Commonwealth. There were a couple of incentives that were at play then. One was to help to relieve the kind of congestion and traffic and commuting concerns that we have in Northern Virginia, but also simultaneously there was a considerable attention paid to Southwest Virginia. opportunities to bring state employment into our Southwest regions, to enable citizens in the Southwest to work for our Commonwealth and not have to leave their localities. This is a very critical concern because we see declining populations and we see attrition of our capable workers there. So this was part of the plan back in 2004, and Governor Gilmore was very instrumental in securing that. In that legislation, then, there was an aspirational goal that every state agency shall have a goal of not less than 20% of its eligible workforce that would be able to participate in telework opportunities. And again, if you think back to 2004, many of us were just being introduced to emails and to the internet, and so that was a remarkable aspiration at that time. Broadband was not available, still is not available in many of our localities, and yet we work to give the procedure and the structure of remote work in those localities. Well, I would argue now we're in a very, very different environment. We have an expansive system of access to the internet. We're continuing to address that in the expansion of broadband to those localities that do not have it. And we're also facing severe competition from private employers. Our private employers have moved, most particularly during COVID and post-COVID, to a remote work concept. And many of the workforce have simply not returned to their physical site, but they have continued to engage in effective, productive, and efficient work through telework opportunities. So this particular bill is aspirational, that we would give 45% of our state employees the opportunity to engage in telecommuting. And again, it is an aspirational goal that opens up the Commonwealth to have the chance to address some of the critical concerns. We want to make sure that we are attracting and retaining talent in our state employees. We also want to continue addressing traffic and congestion. We also want to continue to give opportunities to those who live in Southwest regions and rural areas and don't want to move to Richmond or to other parts of Virginia in order to work for the state. And it also would continue to increase productivity, engage in employee satisfaction, and also reduce costs to the states, costs that we incur as we have to maintain expensive office spaces. And so for those reasons, I move the bill.
Okay, there's a motion, and I would note that on the bill it says that telecommuting is defined as being away from their central workplace at least 1 day per week in accordance with work agreements. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Are there those in the room who would like to speak on this legislation?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Dylan Bishop with Eckert Siemens on behalf of the Virginia Government Employees Association. I know the hour's getting late, so I'll be brief in my remarks. State workforce is facing a retention crisis. There are two issues that are constantly cited in exit interviews. One, of course, is compensation. The second of which is a lack of flexible or telework opportunity for state employees. Like the patron said, this is an aspirational goal only. It's not a hard and fast requirement on the Commonwealth of Virginia. It only applies to eligible employees, so you wouldn't have to worry about correctional officers, for example, or VDOT workers that need to be out in the field. And if you would look at the fiscal impact statement, the Commonwealth already has existing technology and infrastructure to facilitate this at no cost. So for those reasons, we'd ask you to please consider this bill favorably. Thank you.
Okay, are there others? Oh, yes, please come forward.
Good evening, members, Chair.
My name is Cynthia Britton, and I am the president of the Virginia Governmental Employees Association. We represent the employees of the state and also the retirees. I just recently retired 1 year today. Woohoo! And I have nothing to do with Twitter. But how many in here would like to save money? Anybody want to save money in here? Well, I have a way that you can save the state, us, citizens, money, and that's by letting the employees of Virginia work from home. No buildings, we can get rid of the buildings, no rent, no maintenance, no utilities. The employees will work much better at home. When we first did it through COVID, I did not want to work at home. Did not. I'm a people person. I don't want to be isolated. I loved it. My employees were more productive. We proved that through different stats for daily and weekly stats that we compared to previous years that we worked in the office. I had no distractions at home. Nobody was coming up to chit-chat with me. So I think this needs to go forward and have more of our state employees do like our competitors, work from home. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Yes, hi.
I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tracy McElhone. I live in the town of Burknell in Campbell County. And I want to kind of relate what has already been said, that during pre-COVID, with the technologies that were moving along, our job duties were changing with the times, and we were getting more away from in-person I'm sorry. We were getting away from having to have interaction with people based on the way we've been doing our jobs and our job duties. We no longer have to have in-person contact with anybody in my division, or nor do we have to have relating to the public anymore. So basically, we still keeping the communications like we always have. It was the emails, the phones, and so during the whole 3 years of the COVID, my health improved dramatically. I did not realize how stressful it was being in and working office. It was just, you feel like the heaviness was lifted by working at home. I didn't think that it would work. I'm like her. I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to make this work? It was a struggle at first, but then it got, oh my stars, this is just, I was being more productive, less errors, getting just a whole lot accomplished, and the productivity, like I said, it was just phenomenal how the difference. Now, when we're going back into the office now, it's like my blood pressure's going back up again because of the stress level, the interruptions of the noise, and just the errors. And there's different things, like for our job, we don't have to be intermixing with each other because we already have the policies and procedures already written what we're supposed to do, so there's no collaboration with each other to come up with different ideas. It's already in writing for us to do. And so, I mean, we just, even with me working with the DDOT, during the emergency situations for the 3 years that we worked from home, the job duties that I do, I never skipped a beat, because basically, in a nutshell, I'm a data entry person. You know, I just enter data into the computer. So I do not have to be in person anywhere. I don't have to be intermixing with anybody. And it was just the ease of getting my work done with no interruptions. And I believe that the eligibility should be based on the individual job duties, their performances, because you cannot go by the job titles, because myself and several others have the same title, but we don't have the same duties. Some has the same title as myself. They are like a secretarial receptionist that they do greet the public and stuff. I don't.
Okay.
And
this bill calls for an overall goal, just a numeric goal of a percentage, not particular categories within.
Yeah. I was like, anybody, they need to be looking, not just, what I'm saying is that not to be just looking at job titles, because you can't go by job titles, because the individual duties, because to me, if you're eligible, if you do not have to have any contact with the public or with other coworkers to get your job done, and that's not based on your job duties, then you should be eligible to work from home.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your
Mr.
testimony.
Chairman.
Yes, Senator Mason.
First of all, nice job, ma'am.
No,
you did great. You did
I
great.
don't do good in front of people.
Do
I'm
you
not
know
good.
Matt Ferris, ma'am?
Ma'am?
Do you know Matt Ferris in Campbell County, your delegate?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is he as much trouble at home as he is up here, ma'am?
I don't deal with it. I just stay in my little rural town, so but I really do thank y'all for the consideration, and I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I surely hope that it does get passed, because.
Thank you for your testimony and for your answer to that question. Okay, Senator Hashmi, your bill is before us now. We've heard from witnesses and heard the bill. Are there motions?
There's a motion already.
There was a motion and a second to report. Please indicate your preference on the electronic voting system. Okay, I'm saving my bill for Senator Ruff.
Ayes 13, noes 1.
Okay, Senator Bell, did we hear from you yet? You had some legislation?
Oh, I know how it is.
We'll come to that ends next.
You said go around, and you said we'll go down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless you want to go in any order, I'll go just.
Whatever order you prefer.
Okay, we'll start off with SB 1313. This was actually referenced earlier, and I believe we have a substitute.
There's a motion and a second. We adopt the substitute to SB 1313. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. This has to do with payments to subcontractors.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. As you may recall, we heard this in great detail last year. We had a lot of contentious issues, but the resounding thing was we did have a problem with some of our subcontractors getting paid. So what we did is we put in a reenactment clause on that bill, and we had a working group. It was referenced in testimony earlier today. We went through this in great detail. I participated in this as well, and I can tell you that I think everybody worked for the good of making this right. The changes, which were quite a few, really helped. First, it really clearly defined construction contract and subcontractor in the tiers. We felt that needed to be further clarified. Exempted architects and engineers because they contract directly with the owner. Clarified owner responsibilities when notifying a general contractor for non-payment. Also clarified the contractor's responsibility when notifying subcontractors of non-payment. We felt like those were the good things from it. DGS has given us a few inputs, which we've incorporated. If there are any other ones that come from DGS, my word to the body is we will work to get them incorporated on the floor. To my knowledge, we have no opposition to this at this point.
Great. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to speak against this legislation? Anyone who'd like to speak for it? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Rob Bohannon, representing the Richmond Area Municipal Contractors Association. These are the heavy contractors. What a difference a year makes. Everybody, the work group met 4 or 5 times. All of us stakeholders met 4 or 5 times and agreed to work together. Everybody gave a little bit. I think the work product works for everyone.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Brandon Robinson, Associated General Contractors. We also support the bill and think it's a great example of use of the work group.
Thank you. Okay.
Is it a work group?
Were there any speakers in Zoom on this particular bill?
Those on Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to report SB 1313. Please indicate your preference on the voting board.
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay. Senator Bell, you've got another piece of legislation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. SB 1493.
Okay.
And this bill actually, I believe, violates the principle of this committee with no amendments or substitutes. As you may recall, last year I also did a bill for the Virginia School of the Deaf and Blind. I have the honor of chairing that body, the Board of Visitors for that body. Senator Hashmi also sits on that, as well as I know other people in our body. I just want to say that this is kind of a labor of love working with the school, and I want to say this bill moves the school directly under the governor. And the reason why we're doing that, a couple reasons. It's under the Department of Education. I want to say this very clearly. This is no reflection of the current secretary or the administration. This is something was planned prior to. Secretary Kutera and Assistant Secretary Snow have been fantastic. They visited school. They've been strong supporters. I have nothing but the highest praise for them. And frankly, I would think the future would be, as it's placed under the governor would have the ability to appoint whoever to oversee that, and the logical person, frankly, would be the Secretary of Education. What this does, though, is make sure that this school of, frankly, I believe our children in the most need in Virginia are going to have the attention of that secretary who reports directly to the governor. And for resources, it's going to make sure that they're at a higher level to fight for resources. We've had a few issues with COVID. Many of the funds we received were only applicable if it was to a school division. The School of the Deaf and Blind doesn't fall into that because they are not in a school division. Many times we do pay raises, and we've had a really hard time getting employees, particularly very specialized in teaching deaf and blind children, replacing positions at the school. And the issue there is often pay raises are matching to school divisions. There is no school division. So we have some unique things that we're trying to work through now. We did frankly, with the help of the secretary and the assistant secretary, worked hard to get some pay raises to fill positions that, frankly, can't go unfilled. The last thing I'll say is that the other special thing about this school is these are in-residence children. They go there, and they're there 5 days a week. And they go there at the age of kindergarten sometimes. Some of the children stay there up to 20 years. I went to the graduation last year, and we had one student graduate. He'd been there 20 years. And these parents are entrusting their children to the Commonwealth of Virginia at this school. And I believe it needs to be at the highest level. It's a unique situation. It's the only one like it. This bill satisfies the reenactment. And we also have had the Board of Visitors approve an IT plan. We're going to move it where they can, VITA, they'll be no longer under VITA. There's a few services we're going to continue to use under there, but there's many we're not. For instance, we have Braille printers and things that are very unique, and the General Assembly graciously approved funding last year to make sure we can upgrade their IT system so parents can video chat. They can't do that now. The system crashes if they do. But if you're going to entrust your kindergarten to go to that school, you need to be able to video chat and see them. And if they sign, that's the only way they can use sign language is if they do that video chat. So I know of no opposition to this bill, and with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Is the Board of Visitors of the school aware of the legislation?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I chair the board. We have discussed this at the board. The board endorses this, and I'll let Senator Hashmi, if she wants to speak on that as a board member.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Hashmi.
I would like to thank Senator Bell for his exceptional leadership of the board, and he has been fully transparent and has communicated very effectively with the superintendent of the school, and this is an area that the school itself has been requesting, and I thank Senator Bell for taking action and meeting the needs of our students at that school.
Thank you, Senator. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Donovan.
Yeah, on principle, I'd like to propose an amendment. I'm just kidding. I move
okay.
we report.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to report unless anyone feels compelled.
I hate to break tradition.
Report and refer to finance. Does anyone in the room feel compelled to slow down this train? No. Okay, so we'll indicate on the electronic voting board to report and refer to finance, SB 1493.
Ayes 14, no 0.
Okay. And then, was that your last bill, or was there another?
Mr. Chairman, there's one more at 1491. And there is, in the tradition, a substitute for this one.
There's a motion and a second for the substitute for 1491 on construction management or design build contracts. Okay, so all in favor of adopting the substitute will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the substitute is before us. Senator Bell.
Mr. Chairman, what this bill seeks to do is really provide a little leeway in the contract management use of managing contracts. And if you'll notice, this change now applies to lines 46 through 48. 48 is just clarifying that this provision would apply, shall not apply to construction management contracts involving infrastructure projects. So it really just gives some clarification and cleans it up. I do have some people who want to talk to this.
Okay, please come forward and let us know why this is a good idea.
Good evening. My name is Brian Walker, and I'm officer in charge for Clark Construction, leading up the water group. We're a 116-year-old company working in civil infrastructure and buildings across the Commonwealth with 1,400 employees. Based on the legislation that was previous, there was a limit of 10% self-perform on construction management at risk contracts, leaving 90% of the work to have to be subcontracted out. While this limitation has been in place and encouraged greater competition, participation by various contractors on building projects, we had seen several recent situations having the opposite effect, especially in the infrastructure market, where projects are often larger and have fewer and more specialized trade packages than trade contractors. As an example, on a recent project in Loudoun County, my company was selected as the construction manager at risk on a project. Our team brought the experience in CMAR, water pump stations, and tunneling operations to the project. However, we're limited to only 10% self-performance. With that, it's putting a stipend on competitive environments. Trade packages like tunneling and process mechanical can range from 30% to 50% of the total contract value, well exceeding the 10% cap. With an already limited number of contractors in these specialized fields, this can result in a loss of competition to the owners by taking one firm out of the mix of potential bidders. In order to give Virginia public aid entities the opportunity to get the most competitive pricing, we ask that you recommend this bill.
Thank you. Eric, will you can speak?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Eric Link, on behalf of Clark Construction. A couple of quick things to point out to you. The substitute only applies to localities. It only applies to infrastructure projects. It is permissive. No locality has to do things this way. If they want to stick to the 10% CMAR, they can keep doing that if they wish to. And finally, with the almost $9 billion in infrastructure, that's billion dollars in infrastructure funds coming from the feds, the locality should have the flexibility so they can get the most qualified subcontractors available to work.
Thank you. Okay, was there anyone in Zoom on this particular bill?
Those on Zoom who wish to speak on this bill, please raise your hand electronically. There are no speakers, Mr. Chairman.
The
Mr. Chairman.
motion would be to report and refer to finance.
Report to finance. I just have one question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Rouse.
Just that last part, he was speaking so fast, I know we want to get out of here at the end of the day. Just provides an option for the localities.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to report and refer to finance.
Speaking to the motion real quick.
Senator McPike.
Yeah, thank you. And to the patron, and this is more for legislative record, infrastructure is defined here as more related to civil work and horizontal work and not vertical, just in case the question ever comes up of what infrastructure is. And I fully support the effort because I think it's absolutely on point to have that flexibility in the civil area of work. So is that accurate?
I would agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Please indicate your preference on the voting board to report and refer to finance.
Ayes 14, no 0.
And then Senator Mason, did you have something left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
PBI.
Senate Bill 1348, in keeping with the family tradition, I have substitute.
You have a substitute?
There's a motion and a second to adopt this amendment in the nature of a substitute for Senate Bill 1348. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the substitute is before us, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this deals with the Department of Wildlife Resources. You know, we know them to do hunting and fishing and boating work. They also occasionally will work and do work in the management of threatened and endangered species or the incidental taking of migratory birds. So they'll set policies, sometimes policies more stringent than the federal government. That's fine. But currently they have an exception to the Administrative Process Act. So we'd like to have a targeted, narrow exception removed there when dealing with endangered species, wildlife, and incidental taking of migratory birds, for an example. Because, well, you probably understand what we're talking about more than anybody. But these end up impacting permits and jobs, particularly waterworks projects. They're also do consulting work and provide comments to DEQ and VMRC around projects. And so they provide guidance documents, and those documents have had impacts on projects. So what we're asking is for the threatened and endangered species and the wildlife, the incidental taking of wildlife, that they go through the Administrative Process Act. That's the first part of the bill, lines 21, 22, 23. And then at the end of the bill, line 120 to 128, we're asking that any guidance documents that they have be published. Because there have been places where they said, well, we have to follow our guidance documents there, and the people trying to get permitting or do the job didn't even know they existed. So this gives them this year to gather and compile their guidance documents that they've used previously, put them in one place so they can be accessed. And that's the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Stewart.
I see Ryan Brown in the back. I'd love to know his thoughts on this.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, thank you, has suffered through the entire day in the back. He does.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Ryan Brown. I'm the Director of the Department of Wildlife Resources and have enjoyed the committee meeting today. I don't generally get to general laws.
There's more.
I know there's more. I can't wait.
Don't feel you have to leave after this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have a position on the bill. And, as you know, Senator Stewart, from your service on the agriculture committees, we deal in the management of the public's wildlife here in Virginia, and often people think of us as the hunting and fishing agency, but we do more than that. We're a comprehensive wildlife management agency. We are exempt from the Administrative Process Act and the development of regulations. That's primarily to allow us to respond quickly to wildlife population needs, adjust our seasons for the game species, but for the non-game species, respond to things like wildlife disease outbreaks and things of that nature. We do follow a process that looks very similar to the Administrative Process Act process in practice, and I would tell you under the new administration's Office of Regulatory Management, it's going to look even more like an Administrative Process Act process where we propose a regulation, go out for public comment, have stakeholder committees where necessary, and then come back to our Board of Wildlife Resources for final adoption. The effect of this bill really would be to have us set up administratively two separate regulatory tracks. So my regulatory coordinator would have multiple processes to manage. Again, we certainly can make that happen. I would say in my 15 years in various capacities around the department as an employee, the attorney for the agency, a board member, and now director, I'm not aware of a case where one of our regulations has been sought for judicial appeal or there's been a whole lot of controversy around it. The migratory bird issue that was brought up here, I'd point out in response to some actions at the federal level that may have rolled back protections for our migratory bird species. A prior administration directed the agency to put the framework in place to respond to that on the state level if we needed to. And so we did that during the pandemic. We had a regulatory advisory panel, and then one of the participants in that are his firms in the room, and proposed a regulation through our board, adopted it. But all we did was adopt a framework for a permitting process if it turned out to be needed. There were no substantive requirements put in place through that process, and then as further changes at the federal level dictated, that never became necessary. So we've tried to use the latitude that we have very responsibly, and I think the agency historically has done that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Stewart.
Has anybody complained about the way you've done this so far? I'm not aware of it. That's why I'm asking.
No, sir. I don't want to speak for all of Virginia, but in 15 years working on policy around the agency, and having done it for a number of other state agencies, the DWR, DGIF in prior life has always been the quietest in terms of outcomes, and we do a good job getting public input. In fact, we get more public input on our reg processes and more public comments than many of the APA agencies that I've been involved with over the course of my career. So I would tell you the system's not broken. Whether or not it needs, further development or protection in the future, that's up to you all. But I'm not aware of a problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
So, Ryan, you made a comment, which was my original concern, and I wanted to hear from you on that particular issue. You do have to be fairly nimble in certain situations in responding to things. Would this additional process slow that ability down in some cases?
It would have that potential. With the Administrative Process Act, you do have the ability to adopt emergency regulations, so it'd be disingenuous for me to stand at the podium and tell you that we couldn't act quickly where we absolutely needed to, because the APA does have some allowances for that. I would say we in practice, you would not see us act as quickly on these matters as we currently do, because we review our wildlife regulations every 2 years. We're in that cycle right now. My board in March will consider amendments to all the regulations affecting terrestrial wildlife, everything that runs across the ground and flies in the sky in Virginia. And with this, if we have a bifurcated process, anything we would do on threatened and endangered species or incidental take wouldn't fit neatly into that process that we're accustomed to doing. We'd have to separate it out, and it would be on a completely different track. So I think you would see some disincentive to the agency taking action in the normal course to make adjustments with this bill in place. Again, not stopping us from doing it, but making it a little less likely that we would act.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I have one, not of Ryan, but I have one other question of
Go ahead, Senator.
So typically, Bonnie, when we see bills like this, there's someone behind it. Who is the organization or person that wants this?
So you would want to hear from Shannon Varner, who can give you real life, Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, give you real life examples of where, and as you heard the commissioner say, they do a good job of it here. This just lays it out in those two respects in a more formal process, and I think he can give you real world examples of where that was necessary.
But Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
Actually, we're going to have two processes now, one for everything else and one for this, is what I heard him say.
For the endangered species and wildlife and incidental taking, so that fairly narrow group.
I'm just trying to understand why we need to do that. What precipitated this?
Sure. Maybe hear from Mr. Varner.
Mr. Varner, come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Varner with Troutman Pepper here on behalf of Mission H2O. Mission H2O is a water supply related coalition, municipal water suppliers, water users, engineers, and consultants. And really there's couple of issues and events that have happened in the last couple of years, Senator, that have highlighted the need for this kind of legislation. This is no criticism of Ryan. This is no criticism of the agency. They've done a very good job of trying to involve the public in all of their kinds of decision making. But as was mentioned, they did develop an entire regulatory framework for addressing the incidental take of migratory birds. They also adopt state-level threatened and endangered species designations. They automatically can adopt the federal-level endangered species designations, which impose statewide or in various areas significant regulatory requirements and considerations. At the state level, they can do that. They do not have to go through the Administrative Process Act like you would at the federal level. And there have been state species that have been designated that have not been designated at the federal level. I mean, that's an example of very impactful decisions they can make without going through the Administrative Process Act.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
I'm just trying to understand. So you represent a group of businesses that have been impacted by endangered species regulations. Is that what I'm hearing? And they want to change the process?
They want to change the process, yes, and it's municipal water suppliers. There are industries as well as part of Mission H2O related to water-related issues.
Senator Donovan?
I just want to understand what the impact has been to them of the process as it is.
The impact, and there are two different portions of this bill. The impact is that if we are not part of their case decisions in these areas are not part of the Administrative Process Act, you don't have the ability to challenge case decisions. This is really forward-thinking more than looking back at a particular specific instance. The migratory bird regulation highlighted for everyone that none of these decisions would be subject to the Administrative Process Act going forward. It doesn't have the typical ability to challenge regulations, doesn't have the typical ability to comment on regulations and things like that. The second portion of the bill deals with the guidance documents, as Senator Mason mentioned. They are a consulting agency to agencies from which my clients get permits. They apply for a water withdrawal permit, say for an intake structure. The Department of Wildlife Resources gets a copy of that permit application and comments on it. Those documents that they are using to make those comments or guidance documents, are not published like the typical guidance documents in other agencies like DEQ's documents. They haven't been subject to a public comment process and some peer review. So that's what the second portion of it does. We actually go into, meetings and there'll be references to, well, that's in our guidance document, but nobody has ever seen it. Having permit conditions appear from documents that no one has seen and not been able to peer review is problematic for us, and that's what the second enactment of the bill gets to.
Okay, are there other questions or motions? Okay, the bill is before us. Senator Mason, do you have any closing comments?
No, sir. Just then, I think particularly the guidance documents, they have had projects impacted. They're unaware of things that had been referenced. And so gathering that particularly and making sure by the end of the year that they're published in a place everybody knows about them is critical, particularly in the second part.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
Was there a motion to report?
There just was.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a substitute motion. I'd like to explain why. That concerns me a great deal because you're dealing with the Endangered Species Act. And I'm not sure why municipal water suppliers, which are essentially for profit, would want to slow that train down when DWR are actually the experts in trying to take care of the habitat and the used migratory waterfowl. That concerns me a little bit. And I don't know why we want to make it more complicated. I mean, I get why your clients want to do it, but I don't see how that benefits the public good. With all due respect to my friend from Williamsburg, that gives me a great deal of concern. So I
Mr. Chairman.
Bill.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of the motion.
The motion that we now have before us is to PBI the bill, the substitute motion. Senator Mason.
Would a solution there be, since you don't like the secondary process and you feel like they're already doing it anyway, strip the initial part of them having the migratory bird and the threatened endangered species out of the Administrative Process Act, continue to have them do it as they do it today, because I don't think anybody says they're doing it poorly. They just wanted more process. But leave the end of the bill and the guidance documents that have already been published and make sure that they're gathered, collected, and published by the end of the year. Would that be an acceptable compromise for the gentleman?
Can they do that? Can DWR do that?
We can direct them to do that.
I'd move that amendment if the PBI
Okay, so
motion's withdrawn.
Is the motion withdrawn and the other motion withdrawn?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so I hear a substitute motion from Senator Mason to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let's make sure we square up with the team here. Say that again? Like that idea?
Is there?
We'll suspend for just a moment. Senator Pillion's on deck. He's going to go ahead of me.
So it just turns it into Section 1 bill, essentially? Or?
Yes, I'm worried about it.
We're supposed to have food. Work conditions.
I don't know. Mr. Chairman, let's take our able staff and have her say out loud what she's trying to help me through right now, which may not go so well for me, by the way.
Okay, counsel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Mason. Apologize if I might be misunderstanding something here, but my understanding with the intent of this bill was that with the second enactment clause, that was just to give those guidance documents some time in order to stay effective when the original intent of the bill was to exclude those endangered species regulations and case decisions from the exemption of the Administrative Process Act. If we are removing that, I'm not sure why we need the second enactment clause, but if you could just explain that, then I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. We should get clarification on that. It's my understanding, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that there's been guidance documents along the way. You're saying this is just to keep it into effect until the APA process goes, and not necessarily to collect and publish the guidance documents that already exist.
Yes, I believe that is.
I was under the impression that it was staff's interpretation that DWR was subject to the requirement to publish guidance documents already, but that they had not been doing it. This was to, maybe I got that wrong, but I thought that's why this was structured this way.
And apologies if I do need to look into this a little bit further. My understanding at this time, though, is that the guidance documents were not currently going through the Administrative Process Act, but that if you wanted for the endangered species regulations to be going through the APA, then you would also want those relevant guidance documents to be doing that as well. And so this was why that was there.
The goal of this is to have, Mr. Chairman, the goals of this is to have the Department of Wildlife Resources guidance documents related to threatened and endangered species, the incidental take of species, and those guidance documents that they use in consultation with DEQ and Virginia Marine Resources Commission, published, subject to public comment, just like other agencies do in those very limited manners. That's what the intent is.
If you wanted to, we could make that a substitute bill, and I could do that, requiring just those specific types of guidance documents to be published. And I think that would be a little bit different from how the second enactment clause is read, but definitely could do that.
Is that in concept? Is that what acceptable to you, Senator?
Well, so that's what I thought as well, obviously. So what you, Mr. Chairman, and what Senator Stewart doesn't like is the second process for endangered species and the incidental take. All right, so he does not want two parallel paths, feeling like DWR is already doing that. Okay, fine. So we strike that. The question is here, the guidance documents that have previously existed that no one really was aware of, can we draw it so that those documents that have been done and have been used are published and subject to public comment, and so now everyone knows the guidance documents that have been used. Because, Mr. Chairman, that was the secondary part of the bill, that in the course of a permitting process, they got to a place and they said, well, you have to do it this way subject to our guidance documents, and the companies did not know of the existence of the guidance documents. So there are really two separate and distinct issues, as I understand it. And again, we're not saying they're hiding them. They go through significant processes to get to them. It's just the back and forth between VMRC, the back and forth between DEQ, and because it's and no public process associated with it, so they become matter of record that no one was aware of. That's the secondary part, that if you strip one, we'd like to figure out how to get to that.
I guess we need a motion, or do you want it to go by for the day, or how do you want to
Is
handle
there another day?
No. I mean, we can
Let's
take
take
up
it by-
other,
I mean-
take
Mr.
it
Chairman?
by temporarily.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
can I make a motion?
Yes, Senator Stewart.
Can I make a motion? To PBI the bill and ask the Director of Game and Inland Fisheries to give them the documents that they want, which I think is the issue.
The motion is to PBI with a letter to the Director of Game and Inland Fisheries to make those documents available. Is that something that can be accomplished? Okay, I'm getting some nods. Okay, so there's a motion.
Is that a nod, yes or no?
Well, or Mr. Chairman, I know there's a motion on the table. If we took it by and we actually put our heads together and determined that it was necessary to relive, we could maybe meet at your desk and do so, or it just disappears and we never hear from it again. And, we write our own letter asking the commissioner for this information. But I think either way, we're living in the same basement, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the motion that I heard, the motion that I heard was to PBI with a letter asking for the guidance documents to be made available. Is that?
Second.
Okay, and there's a second to that motion. So all in favor of that motion will vote yes on the electronic voting device.
Yes, we're living in the basement.
Ayes 9, noes 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My apologies for the late breaking difficulties.
Okay, we have two more bills, I believe. Senator Pillion is going to go ahead of me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I want to hear about your bill. I've been waiting.
Get your timer ready. There's a lot of
You've worn out the audience.
on Zoom. They're all on Zoom. They're going to be calling in. Senate Bill 1540, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the committee will direct its attention, energy to 1540 so we can get out of here eventually.
This bill is brought on behalf of the service contract industry. It's mostly a technical cleanup to ensure consistency within the service contract industry. This bill ensures that all types of service contracts which are regulated by VDACs are exempt from the automatic renewal statute. Currently, the automatic renewal statute exempts home service contracts, but is silent.
Move to report.
Okay, there's a motion second to report, but I do want to can you briefly finish your explanation?
I'm sure.
I want to know what we're voting on, just to be clear.
And there are people that have been waiting a while to testify.
Okay. No, let's hear it.
So currently the automatic renewal statute exempts home service contracts, but is silent on other service contract providers such as vehicle and consumer goods. This simply ensures that all service contracts regulated by VDACs are exempt from the automatic renewal statute. It still protects consumers that, as Chapter 33 provides adequate protections. So.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to report 1540. And that does not need to go to finance.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have some concerns. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so all in favor? People will indicate their preference on the electronic voting system.
Senator Pillion, did you want to?
All right, next up we have Senator Evans, Senate Bill 1087.
This bill has to do with regulating establishment of genetic data privacy for direct-to-consumer tests. I put in a bill that was nearly identical, or I think it was identical, last year, and I didn't take it up because I was waiting to hear from stakeholders, and I never did. But since then, we have spoken with people from companies like 23andMe, Ancestry.com. We know that there's more than 100 million individuals who've undergone this kind of genetic testing as of 2021, and only more since then. So this is sensitive information, and I have a line amendment or 3 line amendments that have the net effect of allowing a consumer to share their genetic information with express
Is there a motion on the line amendments? There's a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Line amendments are adopted.
Okay. So the bill basically protects your genetic data and says that these companies wouldn't, and we've consulted with them too, would not sell your data. It's really important for purposes of insurance or life insurance, that sort of thing. So the amendments have been adopted, and I can go through the bill in further detail if.
Second. All right. Any questions for the patron?
I have a question.
Yes.
Senator Donovan.
Law enforcement. Is it?
This bill doesn't relate to law enforcement. It has to do with the sale of the data to insurance, or particularly health insurance, life insurance, long-term care insurance, disability insurance, or employment. Those entities cannot be.
So it's only sold. Okay.
Yeah, Counsel. Correct me if I'm missing something. Yeah.
So,
Senator Stewart.
So this was, I think I read about this situation where insurance companies were trying to get this data.
I'm not aware of them doing it in Virginia, but there are other states have enacted similar laws. But it doesn't make sense when you get this information to find out where you're from. You don't expect, or your own health information. You're not trying to give it to your health insurance company unless you expressly decide that you want to, because your genetic testing is so good.
They were doing it to try to get like your lineage for rates or something. Anyway, I'm sorry, I digress.
Any other questions to the patron? Any opposition? Any opposition in the Zoom room?
We have one speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ann Blackwood, please unmute your mic and give your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Ann Blackwood, the Executive Director for the Coalition for Genetic Data Protection. Our principal members include Ancestry and 23andMe, here in strong support. If the bill is enacted, Virginia will have the strongest protections for genetic data in statute. In addition to implementing our own tough standards that put the consumer in control, Ancestry and 23andMe have worked with multi-state nonprofits, including the Council on State Governments, which has adopted this proposal as a model statute. The bill reflects extensive work of a group convened by the nonprofit Future Privacy Forum that included consumer advocates, industry partners, key congressional committees, and the FTC. In 2018, the forum published privacy best practices for consumer genetic testing services, and those principles will be enacted in this bill. Since that time, states have passed similar protection acts with bipartisan support in Arizona, California, Kentucky.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you're in pretty good shape.
All right, then. I know the hour is late, and appreciate. I'll come to close. We're grateful for Senator Evans' leadership and respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you. Appreciate your time waiting to hear this bill as well. So appreciate your patience. I believe I heard a motion. There was a motion to report with amendments and a second. Second. Cast votes. Open the roll.
Thank you, members of the committee, and thanks everyone for their patience.
Bill reports. And does that complete our docket? All right, we are adjourned.